As we know, we only have one president at a time. He has the job, and I really hope, and I think it's obvious now, people are going to show the concern for his health and, as you say, speedy recovery, which is quite possible.
We hope it, in fact, it happens. He's going to have world-class treatment over at the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, as we all know. You know, Bob, you've covered every president since Nixon. Set the scene for us from a historic perspective.
It's Hank here, doing a little on-the-go production with oh shit, hold on, my things work. Sorry, I got an audio problem there. Yeah, I hope you heard that music play. I hope we're just hearing CNN. I don't honestly know if I can, if any of this is working at all. So we're actually relying on the chat room. So if anybody sees anything wrong or if the sound sounds bad, I'd appreciate a heads up. I could use your help for doing this Twitch thing. We've already up to 3 viewers, which is absolutely awesome. You guys have made wonderful decisions today. Wash your fucking hands, okay, people? Well, what a day. Trump has got the COVID. He should have followed his own advice and drank bleach, sprayed in internal organs with light, taken vast quantities of sketchy drugs, and stayed off it. So yeah, that's cool. So here's what I'm doing. I'm working on this animation. Let me get into it and start moving some stuff around here. So yeah, you all recall the scene here. I think it's updating. Yeah, cool. There it is. On Tuesday, when we had the big debate where the two champions of freedom, the America's finest men, the paladins of progress, went toe to toe, more like sweaty belly button to confused belly button. I bet Biden's got a good body for his age. He seems like one of those guys that's always just kind of get a decent soccer player body. You know, some people have all the luck. I have the body of a guy whose brother plays football. That's how I like to describe myself. Yeah, welcome. I'm trying to pay attention to so many things all at once. So here's what I'm doing. I'm working on this animation in After Effects, and I have been thinking about doing kind of like live, sort of just streaming my animation work, and when I'm drawing things or kind of making stuff in After Effects. I find these sorts of videos really interesting. I've learned a lot. That's mostly how I've taught myself how to do all this stuff is tutorials and shit, and then making every mistake you can possibly make. Not having much of a social life is a big help for anybody who is aspiring to be a animator or something. So anyway, I thought, you know what? I'm just sitting here. Oh, stop. No. Okay, sorry. I have a lot of audio stuff plugged in, and it's I think it's working. Have we gotten any? I think someone chatted. Let me see. Sorry, I don't have it up there. Hey, he can do push-ups. Thanks, Af, for an input. Yeah. Trump should do push-ups. I think he'd probably have some one of his lackeys do push-ups. I don't know why I'm focusing so much on so much other things. I can't think of anything funny. I've been writing down notes for my next podcast all day. I've been tweeting out hilarious hot takes, and I just was like, all right, well, let's just try this new thing. Part of it is because I suck at Twitter. I'm just in terms of whether people like what I do. I think some people are like dig my tweets, but I've written like 45, 50,000 tweets or something, and I'm hoping that. And not in a flailing way, but I'm kind of thinking that doing Twitch and integrating the graphics work and the video stuff and maybe some video game stuff might be a little better fit for what I do. I actually tweeted to everybody a little wordplay that went like this: "Look, the Secret Service can only do so much," and a guy wrote back. Justin, I believe, who someone wrote back, shit, I don't see it. There it is. Unsure if it's a typo or a joke. And I responded, yeah, it's an enunciation joke. And that made me think, wait a minute, Hank, you've got an enunciation machine. Twitch. Let's give that a try. So I figured out how to get it all working. Hey, Afrin Input. if you're listening, let me know how the sound is, please. I mean, I'm not just asking for. I need someone to tell me because I have no way to hear it while I'm doing it. I think I do, but then I think I would be feeding that audio into what I'm doing, and I kind of need help. So here we go. Let me see if we have any viewers here. I'm going to try not to. I feel compelled to talk the whole time because I'm terrified of silence, and I feel like that's a problem or whatever. But I'm going to try to like just sit back and work on the animation. Not obviously, I'm going to speak a little bit at the beginning. I've rendered the first 30 seconds so you guys can watch it. And maybe if we get a few more viewers or something, or it feels like we're settling in a little bit, I'll feed the shrimp. That's exciting. I know it sounds like a weird way to compel you to stick around, but I will make sure those shrimp do not starve of starvation. And it is entertaining. You know how it's fun to watch animals eat? Isn't that mostly just something just relaxing or fun or just intriguing about the way animals eat? Oh, wait, hold on. You know what? Let's dial in on CNN. I've seen some activity out here. Let me figure out how to turn the volume up here. I think this is it.
Or about the transfer to Walter Reed. And that is, I think that is really problematic. Now, Manu's also reporting that Trump did reach out to some of his allies on Capitol Hill earlier today, like Lindsey Graham and Mitch
I hope he's got his
McConnell.
comfort Bible.
But we don't really know anything more.
I hope he's got his to-go Bible with him. So that, you know, maybe they'll gas people on their way to the hospital. Just gas people. Just spray some toxic chemicals into Americans expressing themselves around the fortress. Look at this place. I know my mouse won't show up on screen, but does it? Oh yeah, it is there. See, look at all these, right? I think so. Yeah, in the CNN window, I think you can see my mouse. They've got a fortress. These guys turned the White House into like dictator-stan with walls and fences. You know, there's all kinds of crazy surveillance all over Washington, D.C. anyway. Yeah. But this is some SimCity dictator shit right here. Just there was a hovering dump truck for like a second, like the tool you use to clear out. All right, what am I doing? So we'll monitor the CNN feed here. Let me turn to desktop. It's already down. Oh, he's aboard. All right.
The blade's beginning to turn. He is aboard Marine One. He walked out of the door on the south lawn of the White House, did not speak and answer reporters' questions, did not make a statement. He just kept on walking. We'll get the video of that and show it to our viewers soon. But you can see Marine One getting ready to take off from the south lawn of the White House and make that brief 8 or 10 minute flight over to the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland. It's interesting, Gloria. I think that the president didn't even make a statement as he was walking out, simply walked out and boarded Marine One. It'll be interesting also to see who was with the president, what the president was wearing. Was he wearing a mask? We're going to get all that information fairly soon. We'll get that videotape and we'll see what's going on. Jeremy Diamond, you're getting some more information. You're already there at the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. What are you hearing?
Yeah, well, we will get that video of the president boarding Marine One shortly. This is one of those events where it's not live, but we feed the tape in. So we will see that video shortly. But what we do know from our pool producer, Nikki Carvajal, who was there, she said that the president walked out of the residence and he was wearing a mask. He was also in a suit.
Sorry. Thank you for telling me. CNN, it's probably okay to have it on a little bit, but even that's probably a little distracting and I can't tell what the levels are. Thanks for letting me know. I'll reread your comment. First, Afrin Input says his thoughts and prayers are with the coronavirus at this difficult time. Ha, ha. Good one. Good joke. Now it's not the time for humor. Okay? Actually, wait a minute. Humor is probably the only medicine that's free. Humor. Nefarious lingonberry. I love that. Is lingonberries like a pie, right? You turn it into pies? Yeah, it's an edible berry, right? Not like one of the berries they use for like paint or something. Nefarious lingonberry says, we visited there recently. There were so many fences we couldn't even see the White House. And then, yeah, I could imagine. I mean, it must be so bizarre. I used to be able to just walk up. There was, I think in the Clinton era, a plane flew into the White House or something, like some guy with like a small one engine. And then someone also shot some guns at the White House, I think, during Bush through the fence. But let's watch this historic moment. I'll let Wolf Blitzer take it away. Take us away, Blitzy.
Escorting Marine One, but there you see it going over the nation's capital and heading towards Bethesda. We'll try to keep a shot up as long as we can. But Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, well, Wolf, and it's only going to take the president a few minutes. You know, it's about a half-hour drive.
He's going to parachute down, and his hair opens up. It's a web, and it opens up. It's like a Spider-Man had a parachute attached to his head, like if the Incredible Gadget and Spider-Man had a baby with Satan. with Satan. Yeah, look at him. There it goes, huh? These are truly historic times. I like that they designed the Washington Monument after the KKK hoods. No, I don't believe that's true. I think they designed it before. I think they started construction in the 1840s or 50s. Hey, why don't you wait a century or two before you build yourself a bunch of fucking monuments there, country? You know, like, isn't that like giving yourself like the trophy for being the greatest champion before your indoor soccer game is even out of its first quarter? Let's do some history audio here.
Well, obviously, as we were talking about the president's condition, the change in how the White House has been describing his condition throughout the day. One of the reasons why we are obviously so skeptical of the way that they've been describing the president's condition is because this is a White House, Wolf, that has obviously consistently withheld information, offered.
You're a moron if you trust the White House. If you trust anything out of this government, that doesn't mean that everything they say is a lie. It just means that you are an idiot if after this much time you think that they're being honest automatically. They may reveal something truthful, but you should always look for confirmation, or at least to the best that you can. I mean, there's a very good reason why people were skeptical that this was true or not. Frankly, I don't even fully believe it is completely true yet. I think in hindsight, we will fill in a lot of those details and have a much closer story. But this is the kind of massive story that can be almost impossible to keep away if it's actually happening. I think it does strike me that it is definitely true. I'm just saying, like, my confidence level is not 100%. It's in somewhere in the 80 to 90% that he actually has COVID. Now, there's going to be all sorts of details, and this would be true of any administration where they want to manipulate and control the storyline here, but particularly this administration, which is entirely story-based. It's just fairy tales. Nothing they say has anything to do with reality, only to the degree that it does, only when they actually have, like, where it serves their needs. But they'll just make shit up. I mean, I would absolutely see them coming up with some kind of scheme to pretend he was sick, to go through all this rigmarole. But the way they're sort of escalating the information, you know, first he's, you know, oh, he's fine. Of course he is. He's handsome and brave and strong. And look at his row of titty nipples, just perfect for. Look at him. He's like everybody who praises him. Hold on, let's watch him walk.
Don't worry, everybody. I've got the nuclear clothes. Did I say clothes? It's called clothes. Clothes is what it's called. This is my sycophantic staff following me.
Sorry, I was totally talking during that, and I still don't know if I have the audio figured out. Up you go. That's one time you don't want to shake hands with the pilot. The pilot's like, ooh. By the way, with that hair, would you really wear lifts under your feet near a helicopter with that cotton candy roadkill on top of your head? How many viewers do we have here? This is kind of fun. I'm just talking and not even at all. Where do I even... Oh, 6 viewers. Holy shit. This is great. Thanks. Hey, everybody. Honestly, let me know how the sound works. Sounds to y'all. I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I'm doing it well, but I very much will need to rely on folks in the chat until I kind of get the feel for this. So yeah, it's insane. Just a nutty time to be alive in general. Melania coming out, anti-Christmas. Watch the Democrats. The First Lady of the United States is. I do think it's funny that the Republicans are only okay with immigrants if they're former nude models. Like, immigrants, get them. No, wait a minute. The white ones, yeah, they're well, some of them, I guess, maybe. The hot babe nude model immigrants that marry billionaires. That's what the American dream is all about. In Slovenia, they might. Well, who knows? All right, let's see. I got a comment. Nefarious Lingonberry. He looked okay walking. I was expecting him to be in a wheelchair. Yeah, I actually was. I mean, I think we were all. I assume you share my political viewpoints somewhat. Not exactly, obviously, but we're all kind of. I was kind of in your mind. You're thinking, oh my God, this is huge news. He's going to be in a gurney. He's going to be, pushing a. One of those drip stand things with the wheels on it. I bet those are really tough on grass. Very small wheels. And yeah, I was kind of thinking wheelchair too. But this guy's also, he's not that far into it. I think COVID, it sounds like there's sort of a, your bottom. He's on a chart. He's on a descending chart of health right now. And he's not yet at the point where he needs assistance walking. He might never, meaning we don't know where the bottom of this health journey he's on, or anybody who catches this illness is on right now. There is a layer you can dig down to the very bottom of that graph and end up in the dirt. And then it also, this illness seems like you can catch it, you can have a little upswing, you feel like you're doing better, and then it can come at you real hard too. Plus people have long-term effects from it as well. We don't know what percentages that is. So man, it's such an unpredictable situation. But yeah, he's completely incentivized to want to walk, though. They're not going to want to do, though. Like any sign of weakness. I mean, their messaging is built around emotional wizardry. Wow.
So many White House officials in the press office wearing masks. As we were waiting for the president to depart the White House and board Marine One, you could see the press secretary and various communications and press staffers wearing their masks. They almost never do that walking around the White House.
White House staffers almost never look out for the safety or health of everybody else around them or themselves. Just another day in the halls of government, the seat of power of the most important nation on the world. Whether these people, that statement would be true whether we were having a plague or not. They've never looked out for people. They're just out there to score political victories and to, continue the grift and to stay ahead of the bullshit volcano that is Trump. People are gathering now. This is an important thing. That's another one of those depressing things in life is every single event includes the human shape of a person holding a phone up. At least those guys are holding it horizontal landscape. I got to give some credit to that. And then you got the fella running in with the tripod. But there's going to be a lot of press turning up at this. Everybody's getting all agitated. This is so weird how power works, isn't it? This fumbling dipshit stole an election and everybody has to run around and be like, oh, what does this diarrhea mean? And now here it is. It's just so weird. But yeah, like the golden record that was sent on with the Voyager missions off into space in case some distant alien civilization finds our technology drifting through the empty, cold, frozen void. We should update those. I know it's too late. We can't go get them, but they should have a guy holding a phone up. That's what the symbol of humanity really is nowadays. Or just like a guy who needs to lose weight with a slowly growing hunchback. And I would be willing to offer for that one. Let's turn up the volume a little bit here and listen to some lady talk.
There wearing a mask as well, we should point out, is getting ready for the president himself to get off Marine One. But we were told that he is spooked by this diagnosis, Wolf. The president is someone who is obviously very concerned about his health. He has always kind of been that figure if you talk to people who knew him before he took office. But we're told that he became increasingly alarmed by this diagnosis and as he was developing symptoms overnight. And so it really seemed to set in with the president what was going on. And that is a big difference.
Melania, die. And then Trump's butler runs down the hallway to wake her up. Oh, Mr. President, baby, what can I do for you? Much more. Maybe she okay, all right. Be kind, Hank.
Here comes the president who's now walking down. Let's just listen and watch, see if we can hear anything.
Wolf Blitzer's masturbating too.
No, we can't. We're not going to be able to hear anything. He's going to get into one of those vans that will make a very short drive over to the actual hospital, and he'll head in, and he's going to be there for a few days. Caitlin, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Stay away from the president so you don't catch the plague. That's a true statement. And that's where we are. That's where society is right now. You might catch the plague if you go near the leader. Whoa, okay. I mean, is this not a good argument for why you shouldn't be in charge of the plague is when you get the plague? The guy who is responsible for preventing it and marshaling all the various resources. It's an extremely competency-based type of natural disaster. It takes forever. It goes on for years. It requires science understanding. It requires immense amount of coordination, especially in America, where each state government varies widely. We don't have a lot of cohesion ideologically throughout this country. So you need a gifted manager. It's a management type of thing. And this dumb fucking idiot managed his way into catching the plague. And he's at the beginning because we're pretty sure that he's only had it for, or at least detectable symptoms for a few days or so. So I tweeted this. It's like, that's a sign of extreme white privilege. Dying from a plague you had the power to prevent. That's an achievement very few people can do in life. And, you know, if you're a king, like think of all the history of kings. There's always been these jagoffs throughout history. They got to be their little lords. The word we have for them nowadays is CEOs. But you're a king throughout history, and Trump's a king. He's a ruler. He's a monarch, a figurehead. Dying by a plague is kind of like a dumbass way to die for a king. You're supposed to die in a nice poisoning from a rival or a son or daughter. You're supposed to die in an assassination from a ninja or some sort of highly trained either mercenary or an ideological ninja from a rival faction. You're supposed to die leading troops on a battlefield. Even an errant arrow would be a respectable way to die for a king, because at least you were close enough to catch a bullet. This guy's going to die because the scientists who told him to wash his hands and wear masks that he was using to manipulate his political career in order to get himself reelected somehow, he bought it, and he's going to dumbfuck his way into dying from a disease he could have prevented this. The ideal American response we still would have had a few thousand deaths at least. I mean, 5, 10, 20,000 deaths. I mean, this still would have been an immense disaster if it was handled appropriately, even with room for a few mistakes here and there. In hindsight, you can apply perfection to it. But let's just say they screwed up a little bit and they only killed 30,000 people. That would be an enormous, enormous disaster. We're racing past 200,000 dead. We're racing towards 300,000 dead, and it's going to keep going on and on. Biden will probably do a better job because he'll appoint more competent people, less motivated by ideology and less beholden to that. I firmly believe that. I can get into all my criticisms of Biden. Holy shit. Another comment, Afrin Input writes, so turn the volume up. I think I need to do that a little bit. She is our inside saboteur in the war on Christmas. I think you're talking about Melania. What the fuck? What the who the fuck cares about Christmas? What if she hates all the other holidays too? Valentine's Day? I don't need a romance. In Slovenia, you know what we call romance? Free bread. Fuck you. What's the next holiday? The green one. St. Patrick's Day. I got a fucking saint for you to kiss my ass. I don't care. Green New Deal? That is not what I could go on Fox News. I don't want to go on Fox News. The liberals are going to get us. It's such. We have been taken over by the escapees from Arkham. This society has lost its mind. Look at the Wolf Blitzer. Look at this guy.
We saw crowds gathering outside. They wanted to get, an image.
What a dreamy dream man. 4th of July? You couldn't make me decorate for the 4th of July? These fucking terrible improv. And offensive, and probably all sorts of other words that are, let's see. Afrin Input writes, them wearing masks at this point is like putting on a condom after sex. I agree, but the condom after sex can be a great way to capture some DNA. Okay? You want to just lock a little bit in there for the trip home? I recommend it. I also think the other direction is weird, the condom after sex thing. You can do the condom before sex, but I mean like before you drive over to her house. Or something, Hey, man, it's been so long for me. I could switch over to MSNBC and other shit too. There might be a day where I just jump around from video to video or whatnot. That probably would be kind of fun, but I'm not quite there, so we're stuck with CNN for now.
Obviously, we were still able to get the shot here, Wolf, but there is a scene of people who have gathered as the President of the United States, 74 years old, in a high-risk category, of course, as it relates to coronavirus. Is now
Watch, it's going to turn out that being a methamphetamine addict is the vaccine. So we're all going to have to get addicted to Kushner brand methamphetamine, just like Trump is. And we'll all be that'll be how we survive this. We should just all raise our resting heart rate to 125, and then the coronavirus can't keep up. This is so crazy, though, man. There's so many ways that they're gonna it all depends on how this handles. I mean, but I was just thinking, like, instead of trying to analyze the various ways it could go bad, because if this is the worst and he's better and he starts on the upswing, he'll probably act like it was no big deal and everybody go out there and get it. And he might even lean into the herd immunity thing. If it gets really bad or something, like he has Boris Johnson was in the intensive care unit. And I actually think the end result of that was that his approval went, people like it triggers that sympathy thing. This man deserves absolutely no sympathy. But so if it gets really bad, but he still survives, he might come out of that slightly changed, but it absolutely won't be like for the better. Most of these you don't emerge from this a better thinker. His fundamental nature will always be the same, obviously, but there may be some sort of shift. Like he might even come out and forgive everybody who died for embarrassing him and risking his reelection. He might forgive them. He might forgive everybody who made him look bad because they couldn't be with their family when they were choking on their own lungs while a terrified nurse in a garbage bag held up a phone for FaceTime. Or that they were, if you're very lucky dying from the Trump plague, you got to put your desiccated hand on the window of a nursing home while your family outside standing next to the air conditioner blasting them in the knees touches your hand through the thing like some kind of strange Lovecraftian fiction. I don't know if it's, I was just trying to sound smart there. I just don't fucking know what I'm saying. So, yeah. Oh, but if he dies, I mean, no matter how he dies, it's just going to spin up the conspiracy machine. It's just a matter of trajectory. It's just a matter of the conspiracy momentum is very powerful, spinning around like a sun, like a there's a mass that's gathered. And so if he dies, it's just a matter of how will that affect the conspiracy generator? My hope, or at least maybe not hope isn't right, but in the least conspiracy driving way is that he doesn't die now and then like lasts for another 10 years and it's like has kind of a Jimmy Carter-ish. Well, the Jimmy Carter's still fucking going strong. The guy parkours 40 miles a day before he builds a house for somebody. And then he parkours home with that person on his back and rails him silly for 4 hours. That's what Jimmy Carter's been doing. But so he's in great shape. JK, he's probably, come on, guy's 96. How much more time is there? But Trump, I mean, I'm saying like a kind of a regular sort of slow decline old man death is probably the least conspiracy way for him to die. Keeling over with a heart attack someday is a potential thing. He seems like he's always worked up. I can't imagine he's real big on Deepak Chopra or Eckhart Tolle or the Headspace guy. I don't think he's doing a lot of meditating and stress management. I imagine fever sweating on Melania every once in a while. We're in the backseat of a limo might calm him down a little bit. I calm down from female energy. I totally do. That's why I subscribe to Breastfeeding Monthly. But he, he'll like, nobody believes anything. People are so desperate to believe anything, and they'd rather just make shit up and believe it than be uncertain. One of the worst things we've done is train people to be uncomfortable with uncertainty. Why can't you just be like, I don't know. We'll wait and see. But I think that's because people's lives are filled with uncertainty, and they're filled with stress, and they're filled with conflict and shit. So anyway, actually here, maybe is this showing up? Yeah. This is Spectrum television here that we get with our internet. Let's see what Dr. Phil's talking about. This is great. I'm just going to watch. Oh, that's not Dr. Phil. All right. Let's turn it up here.
He's much more tempered in his remarks about his own condition.
Yeah, it was remarkable to me, that tone, to hear him hesitate and say, I think I'm doing well. And that certainly is up to the doctors who will evaluate him now at Walter Reed. John Dickerson, thank you. Also want to bring in, we've got an incredible team of everyone here at CBS News doing all of their reporting. Every arm of this organization is moving to get all of you watching the latest information. Nancy Cordes is on Capitol Hill, as this is not just an executive branch problem, but it has now also affected the legislative branch. Nancy.
And Nora, we've been talking for some time now about the fact that the public is really in the dark about some key details here. Well, I'll tell you who else has really been in the dark: the leaders of the legislative branch. Speaker Pelosi's aides confirmed to me that she was not informed in advance about the president's condition or the fact that he would be going to Walter Reed. Same goes for Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer. That is not entirely surprising. The relationship between Speaker Pelosi and the President of the United States is virtually non-existent at this point. They have not met in person for nearly a year. They don't speak on the phone either. They have made it very clear what they think of one another in very, very scathing terms. But it certainly shows that there has been something of a breakdown in communication between the legislative branch and the executive branch. And I can tell you from talking to aides here on Capitol Hill all day, there is this sense that they are waiting for another shoe to drop, that they are worried that more people here on Capitol Hill will test positive, either individuals who interacted with the president himself or who interacted with one another here on Capitol Hill, a place where the protocols of social distancing and mask wearing are not always followed. We saw that many times this week.
And Nancy, we also just learned from moderator Chris Wallace of Fox that before that debate on Tuesday, where there were strict protocols, where everyone inside was supposed to have taken a COVID test, wear masks, we are learning from Chris Wallace today that because the president and his family arrived late, they did not take tests on site, and that it was the honor system that was used.
And not only that, Nora, but the president's family, those in his entourage, very openly took their masks off once they got into the hall and were sitting in their seats. They didn't give any explanation for that. It was very noticeable that those on the Biden side of the room were wearing their masks. Those on the Trump side weren't. It's not clear what kind of point they were trying to make. There's also reporting that they...
Don't worry, I'm still here. I'm just looking up a video that I want to play for everybody.
Set out in advance. Everyone agreed to them, not just the White House, not just the Biden team, but journalists and people who were attending the debate to watch it. But one side decided, for some reason, to flagrantly disregard the rules. And now, as a result, you've got a lot of people up here on Capitol Hill, important decision makers who are worried about their own health.
You heard former Vice President Joe Biden saying today about wearing masks, be patriotic. It's not about being a tough guy. It's about doing your part. Nancy, I want to talk to you about what you are going to be covering. Both of us are going to be covering is the nomination of Judge Amy Coney.
All right, let me try something. That guy that was on screen is, I don't have his name, but it reminded me of this moment from early in the Trump presidency. So I was looking it up. I found it on my computer here. I'm going to play... I don't know if this is going to work, though, but okay, here we go. Trying it.
You saw what happened with surveillance, and I think that was inappropriate.
What does that mean, sir?
You can figure that out yourself.
Well, the reason I asked is you said you called him sick and bad.
Look, you can figure it out yourself. He was very nice to me with words, and when I was with him, but after that, there has been no relationship.
But you stand by that claim about him?
I don't stand by anything. I just, you can take it the way you want. I think our side's been proven very strongly, and everybody's talking about it. And frankly, it should be discussed. I think that is a very big surveillance of our citizens. I think that's a very big topic, and it's a topic that should be number one, and we should find out what the hell is going on.
I just wanted to find out, though, you're the president of the United States. You said he was sick and bad because he had tapped you.
You can take any way, you can take it any way you want.
But I'm asking you, because you don't want it to be fake news. I want to hear it from President Trump.
You don't have to ask me.
Why not?
Because I have my own opinions. You can have your own opinions.
But I want to know your opinions. You're the president of the United States.
It's enough. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There he is. He sits down. He doesn't know what to do. I'll just pretend to work. I don't know. These dumb fucks will believe everything. Then it doesn't care. I'll just sit down here and shuffle some papers. So that was from the early part of the one of the horrors. I don't know why. That one stands out in my brain so much. Yeah, that worked kind of, I think. Let me, okay, move the chat over a bit. Looks like we're up to 7 viewers. That's absolutely great. Thank you for clicking on this. I'm going to get into the animation now, though. That's what I was promising. So let's fire up After Effects. There it is. That looks okay, right? All right, I got to mute CNN on my computer. Oh, no, I just lost the render. Damn it. I was going to show... I had that... That's annoying. That's really annoying. I had it all set so I could play it. So I drew a virus... and made an animation about me battling a virus, and now I've got it built into After Effects. Well, Jesus Christ, I'm so distracted. Now I'm using the same virus as I animated it as a puppet, and it's a meaning that's a character animator term. And now I've been working on this right here. So I'll show you all the shit I've been doing. Every single one of these is a... Who knew animating of a plague would require so many layers, you know? If the next disaster is just Godzilla, I'll only need one of these. Maybe 2, like, one for Godzilla's buddy, Mothra. All right, let's render a touch.
Effectiveness of masks as a disease.
Sorry, that probably was pretty loud. Sorry about that. Come on. It's so irritating. I had it all primed. This whole bar here was going to play nice and beautiful. Here, let's hit play. You can hear it. This will definitely give you an idea what I'm up to here, though. You'll kind of get the
You have begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the
So that's After Effects render engine trying to keep up, and it's struggling. I think doing the streaming is actually chewing the hell up out of it. I'm gonna close Premiere. That's also eating up a lot of RAM. I have a decent computer, but so all right. So yeah, so here we are in After Effects, and this is the opening shot. You can kind of let's get in a little closer. So so you get the. This is what I've been doing for about 4 hours. Let's move ahead a little bit. And I'm just going to work on this, though. I do want to talk the whole time. I'm capable of talking the whole time. I probably will talk the whole time, but I'm mostly just going to kind of chill out. I got to focus if I'm ever going to finish this. Being distracted by producing a weird radio show on the internet, which is what old men think Twitch is probably not a great way to focus. So I am going to have to force myself to just dial in. But thanks for watching. I hope you guys enjoy this. I'll turn up CNN. Is that playing still? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see what I gotta do. Here goes. Oh, what the hell? Tell us there, Mr. Nerd. Does mayonnaise in the lungs help the virus grow or die? Is the virus a patriot? How could it be a patriot? It's a China virus. Tell us, please.
Message yet.
Unity, quite frankly. Nora, he began his remarks by saying that he and his wife, Jill, are praying for the first family, hoping that they have a speedy recovery, but made the broader point that the country needs to work on expanding testing to the entire country so that, as he said, frontline workers, waitresses, or people who work, in factories can have just as much access and easy access and free access to COVID testing as people who are under Secret Service protection as he and the president are. And later tweeting that this is a moment for the country to come together and it shouldn't be partisan. Late this evening, shortly after we got word that the president would be headed to Walter Reed Medical Center, the Biden campaign said that they've decided to take down negative advertising on the air and online, at least for now. Remember, the Biden campaign is spending tens of millions of dollars in at least a dozen battleground states and across Facebook, Instagram, YouTube to get out their message that is mostly critical of the president's handling of the pandemic. So for now, at least, they're in the process of taking down those ads. Doesn't mean if you're watching at home that you might not see one, because it can sometimes take a day or two to pull advertising off the air and off your Facebook feeds, but they're in the process of doing that. We should also point out, Nora, remember, everyone involved in presidential politics, at least many of us, were in Cleveland earlier this week for that debate. And today there were several follow-up questions put to the Commission on Presidential Debates and the Cleveland Clinic, which, as you've pointed out, is one of the world's most premier medical entities, about how it was allowed for people to sit in the audience without a mask, despite the fact that they had spent several weeks assuring the campaigns and reporters who were headed there that everyone would be required to wear a mask. We noticed just before the debate, as we were in the hall, the Trump family and other members of the Trump entourage walked out to take seats without wearing a mask. Well, the Cleveland Clinic today, in follow-up statements, reiterated that individuals entering the debate hall were masked and in some cases removed their masks once seated. A Cleveland Clinic physician did offer audience members masks, but some did not adhere to the requirement. On the question of testing and whether everybody got tested before they walked into the room, the Cleveland Clinic said that both candidates, including the candidates themselves, have been tested and tested negative by their respective campaigns. I can tell you today, a lot of people, including this reporter who were in the room, had to go get tests to make sure that everything was copacetic. This reporter tested negative. We know other colleagues have gone as a precaution because there were Trump campaign officials around talking to reporters. We didn't get very close to any of them that have been mentioned as having been with the president. But, for example, Donald Trump Jr., who stuck around after the debate to talk to you and Gail, did come up and was on all the various press risers, removed his mask to appear on television, even though most of us who had been on television kept our masks on. So, it's an example of it. And obviously the commission, which did not respond to comments today, was unable to enforce those rules.
And certainly questions as that debate was held at the Cleveland Clinic, the level of contact tracing that they will do as a matter of what should be protocol and
Okay, cool. Let me know any feedback if anybody who's watching cares to type. Just even if you're just like, dude, Hank, you're doing fine, just relax. That's also good feedback. My head is just catastrophizing every single decision I'm making with this entire attempt, and that's okay because when you do this kind of stuff, you get to fail publicly. It's fun. All right, so what I did was added a few new viruses. I'm basically looking at it as it's also horrifying to have to spend so much time living in this guy's mucous membranes. Disgusting pig. But so, the virus, I do overthink everything. So I am trying to imagining when he says B sounds like Biden or but or something like that. Hold on, I got CNN talking in my ear. That the virus would spray out at certain rates. So by changing the length of these, I get the virus changes speed as well as locating the end points of where they end up. So let's just go a little brand preview here, see what happens. Okay, so it stopped being there. More. It's okay. I mean, it works pretty well. It could be too super. I could leave it. Yep, that's fun. All right. So it kind of the thing is like the viruses die off, right? So each one of these is where the virus dies, and if they die off screen, I will leave the whatever these are called, the bars open. But you can also cut those a little earlier, trim them or something. I don't know all the words. Here, let's just rewind a bit more for this shot. So. All right, let me get some audio going here. Hold on. I think this will work. Desktop audio should be ready.
Wear masks when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear.
Okay, that part there. If you see this quickie, boom, boom, those ones right here. He sort of sucks in, so I tried to make it look like that it sucks back in, like he sucks him out. And there's 2 moments where that happens.
Yeah. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test.
Hold on, I just got someone wrote, Eve Jew, your shrimps are cute. Thank you, Eve. That's very nice of you to say. You must be from Twitch or something, or I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm hoping I can feed them, and I probably will a little bit later. They're a lot of fun. There's a whole bunch of them in there. And I went with the shrimps thinking, because who wants to look at me when you could look at invertebrates? This is the channel for people who like the spineless. That's stupid. All right. But I appreciate that you checked out the channel, and I hope you can tolerate my bullshit long enough. Obviously, I'm not much of a Trump supporter here.
Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things.
All right, I'm going to let the computer fight through this. The reason it's struggling is because it's rendering this part there, camera blur. So that's this little patch is a lot of little extra tax on the computer.
Yeah. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Eve Jew, thank you for the comment. As a heads up, the Trump voice is significantly louder than you, so whenever you play the video, it's too loud and creepy. Yes, I apologize for putting him in anybody's head. I find Trump's voice and image triggering. It makes my anxiety start to boil up. It's really horrible. It's just like it. I imagine it's very much like an abusive or an abuser-abusee kind of a relationship. that we all kind of do because we imbue our presidents with way too much power. Anyway, I appreciate the feedback. I'm still trying to dial in the sound on this. This is only my second time. I did a couple of really bad like test things before, but this is really my only second time actually trying to do this somehow. But yeah, I gotta get better at that. But I do appreciate that you're looking out for me. Thanks. I'll keep it lower when I work on it. Let's see if if this next round of it is better or worse. Let me know, please. Here we go.
Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to, but I wear masks.
That might be better, right? It looks like I'm I've got it hitting a much lower green part. Okay, here we go. We can tighten it up a bit so you can see it. It's annoying that it has a set zoom function right there. I think I can. Whatever. It's all right. It's fine.
Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to, but I wear a mask.
That looks pretty good.
When needed, I wear a mask.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear a mask like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask.
Okay, cool. So we get to a cut. I must have jumped over one of those. Let's see. Yeah, so this needs to be all the way at the top. All right, nice. So yeah, when the camera changes, I broke the video into different shots, so we only have a little bit more to do. And then we're going to go back because there's an important part I need to animate. Oops. So let's go duplicate. Let's look for an opportunity to add a bug coming out of his mouth. Yeah, that's nice. Here, let's make this one funny. There's two coming out. Sometimes it's fun to just change up the pacing of the virus appearance. So we'll do like a little string of viruses. Super tedious stuff, all this. Oh, okay. We got Nefarious Lingonberry saying much better. Thank you. Eve Juice says definitely nicer. It might be a bit too quiet now, but yeah, I know. You don't really want to hear it. Okay, cool. So I'm dialing in a range. Then I know where about to keep it safe. I definitely had it way too high. Yeah, Afrin Input says at that point you should animate Biden with a giant mask and or a really small mask. I know. I thought about that. Like, what should I put on Biden? I kind of want to put it like sticking to Biden, or like I was thinking I could animate like it landing on Trump and getting all over him, but then I'd have to track each frame or use some sort of auto tracking I'm already 5 hours into doing this. And I was like, oh, this will just take like a half hour. It'll be real quick. Of course not. That's ridiculous. So here, all right. Yeah, this will be kind of funny, but I don't want them all to land at the same spot. So let's select. I think. This one will go. This one's going to go on at a little advance. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I had the wrong one selected. Okay. This one's going to come down like that, and then it's going to curl off. Okay, so here's what we just did.
Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to.
Oh, I know it started from the wrong. I didn't change the work area. Okay, here we go. Okay, watch the spray come out. It's a little fast. So let's. I think I could go 2 frames each. Oh, there's lots of ways of moving this stuff around. I can do this. Press a button. All right. But that changes since his mouth moves with every one of those. Every time you do that, you have to at least make sure that your origin is still roughly in the right spot. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'm a little too anal than I need to be, but if you're not quite there, I think a lot of ways people watch stuff like this is they get really subconscious cues and signals, and you just kind of be just about right. Like I could mask this so that like it's actually half of it, like it actually emerges from the lip, and you could get in crazy detailed and get in there. But how many of these do I already have? 100 or 200 already, and I'm going to mask it for that's just absurd to even. Oh shit! Okay, well I goofed and pressed somehow I skipped, but this is what the virus looks like. That's pretty fun. Yeah, I'll just let it play. That's using character animator. So each virus does have a soul. I want you to know that. They are called Trump souls. And as the dear leader gains power as a poison caster in a video game, the dear leader will be healed by poison. So that like anytime you have a skeleton in a video game, you can't heal it with hearts. You heal it with green poison. It's just the rules. And he certainly qualifies as a necromancer. By the way, anybody watching Dances with the Werewolves of the show? Oh my God, we got another guy talking here. What are you doing with your life? Dude, I can't. That's afferent input. I can't. I have no idea. I don't know why. I think every day I'm like, why? What the fuck are you doing? Another comment. Video James 1983. Hey, dumbass. The book is called 1986. Idiot. That's my roommate. Everybody. I'm not just so you know. I'm not. It's a friend. He had to go to the pound today to get his shots, and I drove him there early. I joined at the wrong time, opening a door and seeing a close-up of Trump's lips. I'm trying. It's funny. Yeah. This is what we call the Trump lip channel. I mean, Jesus Christ, slap a Pornhub label on that thing and start educating children. But no, I think this pacing works really well. Yeah, nice. That's fun. Okay, cool. So now he turns. So there's another mouse. See that little mouth kick right there? That's an opportunity to infect somebody innocent. The fun thing is that the assholes who go to the beach and party at the cove of hot people in their 20s who get the virus and they get all drunk on Miller High Lifes, and then they come home and they give it to their nana. Then their nana goes to bridge class and gives it to her friends. And then one of them gives it to their daughter. And then about 5 or 6 people later, you've got a string of untraceable involuntary manslaughter. That's what's nice about the way American stupidity and selfishness is marshaled against our own interests. Pretty fun. Okay. Sorry. I'm hunched into my mic awkwardly. Okay. I moved it around. There we go. It's a little more comfortable. Okay, get focused here, Red. What the hell? Where are the... Did I turn them off? I think I did. They're there. Okay. This one, let's have this one come out and land in his eye. All right. See? Okay, so we have to redirect the eye. Shot. Even better, this will work too. Okay. But I know I have a cut here. You see this bit here? That means we have a camera cut right there. So I'm going to make sure we get it in there before we lose the shot. It's just called good directing, guys. This is how Hollywood works. So we go... Where did it go? What the hell happened? What the fuck? That's weird. I didn't change the... Okay, that's fine. All right. Pretty good aim there, by the way. The virus is already like aiming for his nose before it even knows it's supposed to be there. So see, having this other one flying around, what the hell is going on here? What did I duplicate? Oh. Oh, okay. All right. I'm just going to delete this one. I think I accidentally. I'm not. There it goes. Okay. We want that to be a little earlier. I mean, this takes a tremendous amount of concentration. I've done video editing professionally and some motion graphics and stuff. And that's frankly part of why, other than I often tell clients that I have great taste and just let them trust me. But mainly it's just like, I'm willing to sit in a chair and let like blood clots form in my ass. And also like, put in really like, it's not a kind of bullshit job editing. You can't really fake it. So you have to focus and concentrate really hard. Let's let the scale go down just a touch. All right, let's watch that. Let's keep an eye on the one that comes out of his mouth right here. When the cursor crosses this. That's pretty good, actually. All right, let's back up a bit. Just let it render. I'm going to turn that down. In the volume mixer. Okay. Let's check in on the news. I just haven't heard it. No, let's get CNN turned up here.
First thing we've heard from him since 1 a.m. last night. I mean, Dana, how much can we trust the information we're getting from the White House right now?
Well, I do think the fact that the doctor, yes, he has not come out and spoken, but the fact that we were...
Hi, sorry. I messed up the microphone there. New comments? Eve Jew, Jeff, a total stranger. We're here for verbal abuse, of course. I don't think of you as a stranger, Eve. I think of you as a long-lost pal. You're just a friend we haven't met yet. A stranger's just a guy with a van who hasn't persuaded you to join his band. Who else we got here? Oh, from me insulting James. Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, I don't know what the hell you're talking about because the timelines are all whacked out. I've been watching some Twitch and getting a feel for how people do this. I do notice like you do have to have a certain kind of, it's not as immediate as we would as like in-person communication, I guess. I don't know what the fuck I'm rambling about. Video James says, now put MAGA hats on them all, just one button press, right? Yeah, I'd have to reanimate that. I definitely could actually attach a MAGA hat. It wouldn't be one button, but it wouldn't be have to do it each one. I could add a MAGA hat to this shot. It would just look insane though. Let me see if I can draw one real quick though. Let's do a new layer. New solid. Let's go. Is there racist red? Do they have racist red available? MAGA hat, racist red. Boy, this guy's such a piece of shit. He ruined a really good color. He ruined red. This guy's such a piece of shit. He ruined coughing. You can't cough in public without people thinking that you're a danger to them anymore, thanks to the plague that this monster's brought on us all. Let's see. MAGA hat. So then we would need like a shape. Oops, let me start over. There's a hat. There's the front. This is... All it needs is a price tag that says $40 and another tag that says made in China. And that's how you know that it's a true Trump hat. The authentic ones come from China. Let me change that a bit. This is somewhat hat shaped. I could put text on there. I'm not going to do, I mean, Oh, what the? See, yeah, this is not an ideal way to do this, nor do I want to ruin my entire glorious animation. But I kind of can't help it right now. That's absolutely terrible. Oh my God, I did it in the completely the wrong. Hold on. No. No. There are smarter ways of doing all this, by the way. All right. I have to pick whip it, and it should be. Now, if I do go back here, it should be on there. It's probably ruining all my. Yeah, see? Okay, hold on. Scale. I mean, the thing is, these viruses are actually operating in their own interest to survive. As Jeff Goldblum, my favorite philosopher, says, to survive. So they're actually not really. What the hell happened here? Whoa. It all rotated. Each one rotated individually. What the fuck is going on? So unlike a person wearing a MAGA hat, they're generally they might think they are, but they're supporting policies that are going to poison their environment, make their children stupid enough to become cult members, all the other ways, take away power from their workplace. They can, fight their ability to form unions, fight their ability to stand up for themselves. Produce a culture and society built around grift and stress and trauma and difficulty and individualism and capitalism, so that you never complain about anything to your shitty boss. Wow, I really went nuts with. How did it? This is weird now. I don't know what the hell to do here. I think I need to just delete and start over in that. Let's do another one. This is working better than I expected. That's why I'm still farting around with it. Okay. I don't actually need full on ass 3D. There's no Z rotation. I think I want. There we go. That's a little and scale. Yeah. Okay. Anybody got any ideas for a slogan? Oh, har 7600. Oh no, we're only down to 4 viewers. You think you could blur his chin out? Nobody wants to see his chin sticking out like that. Yeah, I probably should. Video James life finds a way. Yeah, that's the quote. All right. So then, if we go here, we will have every virus now has a little red hat. See? Oh my God. There's a couple big ones. Yeah, this one here. I'm not going to leave that on, but we'll just go with it for now. All right, that's fun. Okay, so he's spewing out viruses. And let's see. So here's a part I want to work on that I need to do that. Okay, yeah, so when he reaches into his pocket. Okay. Waiting for it. You know what? I got to kill. I'm just going to turn off these layers. We can go back to it if we really want to. I'm going to, because it's just chewing up RAM right now. So let's see. We got Pocket opens. Yeah, right there. That's probably good. So I'm deciding, do I want viruses to come flying out as soon as he opens it? I think that would be funny. But I also want, when he pulls out the mask, I want that to be like a sloppy, I want it to be like if you put your hand, like the end of City Slickers, just like whipping out your hand out of like a giraffe's birth canal. So look at the face he makes. Look at this guy. This is the leader of our country. This guy right here. Look at this. And by the way, his mask. Ugh, fucking virus. Get out of the way. His mask has the presidential seal on it. That's just a coincidence that we happen to be getting an eclipse from the virus over the seal. Although that is quite poetic and appropriate, isn't it? Here's the leader of the country. Look at this. This is like a guy who's profusely bleeding, pulling a tourniquet out of his pocket and just being like, I could use this, but I'm not gonna, because the science is inconvenient to the profit ambitions of my donors. All this just conservative nightmare in this country is just so that Newt Gingrich can live off book sales, so that scumbags and grifters can have a very capable, ample-sized market for them to hawk their bullshit. All right, so here's the plan. All right, so when he whips it out, that's when stuff is going to start flying out right there. Okay. So let's find some viruses for this sequence, and I'll just duplicate that. Let's change the color just to sort of, green's good. We'll go all the way up. Okay. So the green viruses now are going to come flying out. It doesn't have to be super precise, honestly. I could easily waste a lot of time getting bogged down. Just duplicate a few of them. Oh, nope, not that. Okay. All right, so here, there's already a lot on screen, but I still think it's gonna. Hold on, pause, get back here. Okay. 5 viewers, welcome new viewer. Thank you for tuning in. We're drawing a Donald Trump. Well, I think it's pretty obvious. It doesn't quite track. I need the viruses to be about the same pace as his hand for this to sort of read well enough. So when he pulls his hand out, that's probably when the virus is. Like if you put your hand in a bag of candy and grabbed a handful, but also pulled out real hard, you'd pull out some candies, Maybe, oh shit. Maybe these. Be a little closer. So they're not moving quickly enough, but that's all right. We can fix that. So by the time his hand is about there, I want them launched. It's about there. So here we go. Yeah, they're hard to see, so I'm going to make them bigger. So his jacket ones will be, I could also get rid of some of the ones that are already on screen to like make it easier to read this part, but it's okay. I think making them big is fine. All right. A little bigger. Now they're all 5. Okay. Here's what needs to happen. Yeah, that kind of works okay. It's not quite perfect. They're all at the same time, which is slightly awkward because they're all at the same speed right now. So let's change that up a bit by just changing these somewhat, and they'll all kind of have their own personality now. All right, little cluttery. In a good way, like you want a little cluster, but you don't want them to be behaving identical. So let's just do a couple more duplications. These will come out a little bit later. It's always good to do like a curly one. This one, we'll have this one fly behind his head. Now we'll have it fly into his ear. How about that? That'll work. So it goes out. Come on. Center it. All right. Doesn't need to fade for 10 frames. So then it right there. Really doesn't need 1 frame is good. Why is it fading? Oh, I'm doing the wrong one. Damn it. See, it's so easy to lose track of this stuff. Okay. Oh, sorry, Eve. I just noticed your question. Eve Jew asks, how many shrimp do you have? There's probably at least 50 or more. They're hard to count. I haven't actually tried in a while. They've been reproducing like crazy. You'll notice there's a lot of little ones, plus the big ones. All the big ones that you see start out as babies in that tank. It's a 2.5 gallon jar, and I ordered 10 shrimp like 2 years ago, and they have to adapt and get used to it. And then if you have a mix of males and females, the males are the ones that are light colored. The females, the bigger, fuller, richer red colors. They're pretty easy to tell the difference. Those are the females. And so they, I'll feed them. Here, you know what? Why don't we feed them? Let's feed them right now. And you'll be able to see a whole bunch of them. And you'll see some of the females are currently pregnant. And not because of me, by the way. I'm a bit of a deviant, but not quite that bad. All right, I'm going to feed them. Here you go. All right, they're fed. It's a little pellet of mostly vegetable shit, I think. Vegetable matter. And as you'll see, they will quite quickly gather. Actually, I'm going to take a break and go get something to drink. So let me put on a larger screen. The feeding is fun to watch, so this is a better moment for the big screen. Oh shit. Oh, sorry. Hold on. No, I'm so new at this. There we go. Okay, so I got to get rid of that. Window capture. Yeah, so there they go. You'll see the shrimp start to gather as the frenzy, as word goes out. This is like teens texting everybody in the town that the Van Pelts have gone away to their lake house for the weekend, and it is party time. Get your whippets, bring your Tesla, everybody bring your TikTok rim light, and let's make some makeup tutorials for fun. I think I got my finger on the. Okay. 3 viewers, great. Okay, not a shock. All right, good. Let's find a show to watch. Judge Judy. Oh my God, it actually is. What the fuck? The president committing suicide via plague is probably a little more important. I could also turn this off. I can change the focus if it seems like the shrimp aren't in great focus. Eve, I know what you're saying. When I visit my family at home, I am guaranteed to spend, if it's like a regular week and they're working, and like my dad, and it's guaranteed to sit there while my dad falls asleep watching Judge Mathis in the afternoon. It's like, hey, dude, haven't you heard of Jeopardy? Come on. All right. I'm waiting for the news to come back, and I'm going to turn the volume up on CNN and let y'all just watch the shrimp. Hey, Eve, what does this icon next to your name mean? Prime Gaming. I'm seeing that. Do you have can you succinctly describe what that is? Did you pay for that? I'm just trying to learn how Twitch works. And what does it grant you? Do you get any benefits or anything? Oh, it means I have Amazon Prime. Okay. That was way more simple than I was imagining. Cool. That's good to know. I would trade James 83 says I would pay good money to see Trump try to interrupt Judge Judy. Yeah, dude, me too. I would rather see him in her court for crimes against humanity. She should do crimes against humanity trials instead of Judge Judy doing Nuremberg and shit like that. That'd be a lot of fun. Eve says, yeah, Amazon owns Twitch. Yeah, I know. That's right. I use Amazon. I'm a hypocrite. I try not to, and yeah. All right. Here we are back at the news. Let's turn this up. I'm just going to turn the mic down and you guys can enjoy the shrimp feeding. It goes on forever too. They're going to eat for the next 2 or 3 hours. They have tiny mouths. They don't take big bites, but it is interesting.
This amid growing fears about how many people the president of the United States may have exposed to coronavirus. Tom Foreman is out front.
I'll say it all the time. We're rounding the corner.
Sorry, just interrupting. I know I said I'd be going there. I'm responding to Eve. Didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. So I get to a free subscription to someone once a month. Also, I get free games and bonuses. Oh, okay. So it's not just for yourself. They actually have it so you can gift them. I'm a poor grad student. I can't say no to cheap Amazon without sacrificing something else. Yeah, I know that feeling. I tried to watch one of the Star Trek shows using a 7-day pass to Stars on Amazon, and then I think I forgot and I had to pay for fucking Stars for a little while. What are you studying in college? What's your grad student besides poverty, which seems to be the minor of most grad students?
Secretary Steve Mnuchin, who then went to see Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. And to prepare for the debate, Trump sat down with advisors, including Hope Hicks, Kellyanne Conway, Rudy Giuliani, and Chris Christie.
No one was wearing masks.
Going to be back in a sec. Just going to let you guys watch CNN. I'm going to leave the room for a minute.
The time.
Leaving for the debate, Trump was surrounded by dozens of aides and family members, including Ivanka and Jared Kushner, Don Jr., and Kimberly Guilfoyle, with few signs of masks or social distancing. Trump did not get close to moderator Chris Wallace or Joe Biden, and members of his team posed with masks backstage.
And I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it.
But then they took them off in violation of the rules and refused replacements, even as Trump mocked his opponent about the subject.
Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen.
And on it went. Trump and his entourage cramming into Marine One, Trump sharing photo ops with political allies, Trump again talking with reporters, holding a large outdoor rally, and attending a fundraiser.
I just want to say that the end of the pandemic is in sight, and next year will be one of the greatest years in the history of our country.
Multiply it out, and it is very clear the president has had first or secondhand contact with literally thousands of people. That does not mean that all of them are going to get this virus, Aaron, but it does completely shatter his longstanding claim that security and health procedures around the White House are so robust, it would never penetrate his inner circle. Aaron?
All right. Thank you very much, Tom Foreman. Out front now, Dr. Jeremy Faust, emergency physician at Brigham and Women's Hospital, has treated numerous coronavirus patients, including just this week. So, Dr. Faust, I'm glad to have you back. So, I just want to start with the symptoms of the president. First, we were told, someone said he was asymptomatic. Then it was mild symptoms. Now we understand, according to a source, he's had a fever all day and a cough. White House doctor says he's been fatigued, and obviously now he's taken Marine One to Walter Reed. When you take all of that and the fact that he got his diagnosis at 1 a.m. today, what do you think?
What I think is this is a rapidly evolving situation, and I don't mean that in the news and journalism sense. I mean that in the medical sense, a rapidly evolving situation, which is highly concerning. We doctors like to see things moving slow. Things can get a little worse, they can get a little better. We like to see where things are, and we have a sense of the progression. This seems a little unstable. This seems a little out of control. We don't know. We saw the president in the video, but we really don't know how he's doing. And it seems like every piece of information that we get is more news that is concerning. So what I'm seeing is rapid progression, and that's something that we see in serious cases. Okay, so the White House says he's going to be in the hospital for several days. Then that fits with exactly what you're saying, right? That they don't foresee him being able to go home. I don't foresee that. When you go to the hospital with COVID-19, you don't stop by for a quick stay in the observation unit. You get looked at and treated until we know that you're fine to go home. Whether you're the president of the United States or your next door neighbor, you don't go to a hospital unless you have to, and you leave as soon as you can. But these days are not quick. This is not an in and out thing, no matter who you are. I'm really concerned for the president. I'll be honest. I did not expect things to develop this quickly, and I hope they stop developing. I want to hear boring news out of this because he's a human being, and he should recover. Yeah, absolutely. So I just want to ask you one other thing. Obviously this all comes from, unfortunately, choices that he made about very simple measures, social distancing and masks. Somehow we don't know who he got it from or how, but obviously. So he gets on Marine One. We did see him do that. He walked out on his own to go to Walter Reed, wearing a mask, which we obviously almost never see, just a regular black mask. Now we understand Mark Meadows, this chief of staff, gets on Marine One with an N95. Does it surprise you that the president of the United States, who now is symptomatic and sick with COVID, gets on Marine One without an N95? The president's relationship with masks has been dysfunctional. I don't understand it. I don't know if there's some reason for this, but it makes no sense to me. It's a piece of cloth. It is PPE. It is the thing that protects us. Now, when a patient comes to my ER and I treat them for a heart attack or anything, I'm not going to say, hey, why were you eating fried foods or why did you smoke? I'm not there to blame anybody. I'm there to treat them with. What have they been thinking? Masks are here to help us. If you want to know why you need to wear a mask, the answer is.
All right. Hello, I'm back. I refilled. Well, I emptied one container and grabbed myself another container of fluid. Life is just a ceaseless stream of moving fluids from one packet to another packet, isn't it? Quite a headline. Trump spooked. It's gone. It's more of a lower third. Welcome back. Thank you, Eve. I am back. It's nice. Thanks for hanging with it. I hope the shrimp kept your attention. Have they pushed it off to the side? So, look for a big red one that has a bunch of yellow balls bursting under from her abdomen. Those are the pregnant ones, as you could probably surmise. That's called being buried, BERRIED, which is kind of fun. They're fighting and climbing over each other. I don't know how much they. Yeah. Like, they're really entertaining to watch and really animated little animals, but I don't think it's much social behavior. You know what I mean? Like, it's like analog brains, not really complicated brains, but I might be some invertebrates have intelligence, Mitch McConnell. Got him. Har 7600 says I should get some crabs. Listen, I can't afford to get crabs again. I've got enough medical debt as it is. Jesus. I had to hire the crew of Deadliest Catch to cure me of the crabs infestation I had in my pubes. It was horrible. But I did get a lot of cool wall displays because the local taxidermy shop gave me a discount. So that's fun. Video James linked his Prime account, and you got the icon. I'm sure you can see it too. Congratulations. Thanks for teaching everybody that, Eve. You're already making a difference in the world. There's a reflection. I've got the webcam sitting in a coffee cup. So that's what that weird little glare reflection is on top of it. All right. I don't like that they've moved it over. I'm gonna regulate these shrimp real quick here. I am their god, their lord, their protector, the queen of the great grass sea, the mother of shrimp poop. So I'm going to make a move here. It's just showbiz. You got to do what you got to do. Sorry, shrimp. You guys messed up.
Next, our breaking news continues. The Biden campaign now raising concerns about the vice presidential debate. That is scheduled to take place next Wednesday. So what are they now requesting? And it has been almost a day since President Trump announced he tested positive for coronavirus. So this is the huge question now. Why do we still not know? Why have we still not been?
There we go. Now we can watch them follow ancient DNA to fulfill their nutritive instincts. What the hell is this? So I'm trying to change the focus a little bit. I guess it's okay. All right. I'm looking for, I don't know why it's not popping up, so I'm only guessing it's hidden behind some, there it is, okay. I'm trying to change the camera settings and think I'm about to figure it out. There we go. There, that should be okay, right? Leave it there. All right. Okay. Oh, turn down CNN. Yeah. Yes. Let's see. Two of them. They will fight. Yeah, it's fun when they do. They kind of have these little fighting. I've seen them. I've done a lot of macro filming of them for another YouTube project, and I've seen them like grab, like if they, because they've got like, I don't know how many, but they have these pincher claws. They're real little, and you can see them up close. And what the hell's wrong? I can't tell a story. Two of them were real close to each other, and one of them grabbed the other one's arm, and it became a real tug. Like it freaked out right away, but the other one was holding on to it. So it was a really entertaining. It's like when two deer lock horns and then they just die of starvation. It was kind of like that, but for about 4 seconds. A highlight of my day. But I do agree, they do need masks, and I have instructed them that they should stay 6 millimeters apart, but none of them do. Fucking jerks. Of course, they're all wearing red. Let's see, what else we got in the chat? Har says I should give them some shrimp masks. I agreed. Yeah, you guys are all very safe people. Eve, you said you study history of medicine and your research is medical statistics and development of electronic health records. That's a huge deal, right? Like just the lack of electronic records in society, and how much efficiency we would gain if we had some sort of system of like using, I don't know, technology that's been around since the 90s to like make everything so much better and easier for patients. Anyway, I could probably ramble about something I barely know about, but I bet you probably have some interesting input on that. It's a cool study, history of medicine. Yeah, like a master account, right? The records have to be able to update and I mean, I can get why there's some logistical challenges and some information privacy issues probably, and et cetera, and just basically data management. But the incentive seems strong. Why wouldn't we try to make a smart system? I mean, of course, the system we have is built around making people stressed and confused, and so they can squeeze as much profit as possible out of everybody in their worst moments, which is just brutal. So yeah. I'd give you an A+. I can tell you're doing a good job. All right, let's get back to drawing a bunch of viruses coming out of the president's head. Actually, into his head in this case. Let's see. So here's the one. This one I want to shrink, though. I want this to go real small as it enters his ear, right there. In fact, I'm going to cut it before, so it's going to go. So right there, next frame, we'll cut that. What? Oh, I did the wrong button there. Okay, so this one is going to come out And it's a little hard to see because there's just so much commotion on screen, but it's funny how it all kind of comes flying out. So let's see, I got another one. I'll change the color on that one just because it will help me know that that one's special. Let's see this one here. Let's have this one kind of like fly into the camera by getting big. This will take a little bit longer. Actually, you know what? We'll let the little one take its time. But I have to replace it where it went. Okay. There it goes. Right into his ear. It's close enough. I gotta fix it. I can't. I don't think this is a fade right there is what I'm doing, and that doesn't really serve our purposes all that well for that moment. All right, Eve. Yes, you get a gold star sticker. Put it on the chalkboard. Put it on the iPad. Let's see. There's a Clive Owen show where he plays a doctor. I hesitated because I don't know if they called themselves doctor, but you know, the early days of surgery and medicine. I imagine you might have seen that. Oh, shit, Eve, I see what you're saying. I am not showing you. I forgot to change it. God, I'm really bad at this. There it is. Sorry. Thank you for keeping me on. Wait a minute. Why do we have two chats? Hold on. What am I not understanding here? Records talk. The one chat I'm looking at, can't tell if it's working or not. Yeah, like I see chats in OBS called Stream Chat, but then I also have a thing called My Chat. All right. I just don't want to miss anything people might be saying. So Video James says that's a big part of my job too, getting digital interfaces developed between systems to drive processes more efficiently. Friggin' nightmare. Tell me about it. And I majored in efficiency. Literally. Not quite literally, but manufacturing and industrial distribution. I don't think you're showing your screen yet. That's right. Thanks for keeping me on. See that? There's James's, but I don't see. You're learning. It's fine. Yeah, it's weird. It's like there's just so many things trying to get the data that it doesn't seem to all be updating completely synchronized. All right, whatever. I got it working now. You can see the screen. Okay, so what you missed because I was stupid was this little brown one here. I decided to fly into his ear. You can see the path right there. So keep an eye on that. And it'll go out right into his ear. It's actually a little slow. I want it to happen without distraction. So I basically want it to happen before these two come out. So let's basically there. And luckily his head's not moving very much. So, right. There's a good spot. Boom, gone. So let's watch it again. Let it render. Nice. As good as it is, I want a more natural curve. I could easily, this is why this stuff takes me so long. Okay, so this other one we're going to have fly into the screen a little bit. putting it right at this corner. So let's go. Actually, we already. Hold on.
President's health since Ronald Reagan was shot in 1981. The situation upending the country as it grapples with an ongoing public.
So, okay, they're framing it like presidents are under threat. Reagan was shot in 81. That's obviously a pretty substantial day of news. This guy gave this shit to himself. This is basically saying, like, breaking news, president hammers a nail into his own head. But they're not wrong. It is a risk. And who will guide us through the terrors that come? Mike Pence, who is worse because he's not such a fucking clown. He's just reprehensible. All right, scale. Oh, I see. It's fading out. So, but we need a camera. Oh shit! I screwed it up. Camera blur. So as it gets close, it'll get blurry. Let's go with 60. Pretty good. So right around there. Actually, you know what? No, let's make the scale come up. I want it to be kind of gradual. So this will sort of give us no, I need it to start a little faster. That would be there. Okay, now I'm starting to. It's a little tricky to get this to. So this is going to start at this speed, and then it ramps up, and it'll finish at this speed, as if it's like rushing into the camera. But I'm also not doing it super big here, and I don't know if I like that. I want to go straight. Let's just kind of go straight out. It sort of just stacks up on all those frames, but then you have to have it bigger. Eve says, please not Pence. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful that that's like the backup. If he were to somehow be taken out by this thing, Pelosi becomes president, and then after him, it's Chuck Grassley, a senator from Iowa, the president pro temp of the Senate. Reagan did famously tell us years that guns are a hoax too. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. Eve says they're all just water guns, of course. Yep. Only those tend to appear when weather gets hotter. You can tell I'm a new Twitch stream guy because I'm just reading the chat to chat. Sure, move that thing again, little bastards. Hey, what did I tell you? Put on a show. I'll withhold your annual bonuses, you little fuckers. Trying to give Eve something to watch. There we go. Wow, it's already 5 o'clock. I can see how people sit here for like hours and hours and hours just doing this streaming crap. Like it's time really does go. 5 o'clock break. Let's get the news going. Oh, shit.
With a picture of the most serious presidential health crisis since the attempt on Ronald Reagan's life nearly 4 decades ago. President Trump being choppered by Marine One to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland. A stunning sight, seeing that helicopter land and wait for the president.
It'd be funny if they had him like suspended below it, like when they have to move a bison
so many in the president's age group. Both he and the First Lady are infected, both showing symptoms. The president tweeted out a video made shortly before leaving the White House.
I want to thank everybody for the tremendous support. I'm going to Walter Reed Hospital. I think I'm doing very well, but we're going to make sure that things work out. The First Lady is doing very well. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. I will never forget it. Thank you.
Shortly before airtime, we learned that 3 journalists who work at the White House have also tested positive. That's according to the White House Correspondents Association. Senior advisor Hope Hicks also tested positive, was showing symptoms as of Wednesday night. Utah Senator Mike Lee is also infected, along with the president of Notre Dame University. They both attended a White House ceremony last Saturday announcing the Supreme Court nomination of Amy Coney Barrett. At the event, as you can see here, there was no social distancing. Very few masks were being worn.
These people are happy to take chances with your life, with policies that affect your life, your air pollution, your water quality, your health care, your worker rights. But now that they're all under threat, hopefully they'll take it there's no hopefully. They might do something to protect themselves. Even their own it's just amazing that usually policy is so separated. The consequences of policy are so separated from these people. They never have to live in the world that they run. But of course, finally, here they are facing a consequence due to their own mismanagement, their own bullshit and bad thinking. And it's gross. It's just gross that this is the best we can do as far as who calls the shots in our world. Are people stupid enough to give themselves a plague they could have stopped? Back to Anderson Cooper.
Antibody cocktail earlier today. Jim, you were there when the president walked out of the White House and boarded Marine One. Yeah, and I know you have some new reporting on his condition.
Yeah, Anderson, I talked to a Trump campaign advisor just a short while ago who said that this is serious, that the president has been having some trouble breathing, that he's been very fatigued today, very tired, and emphasized that this is not just a run-of-the-mill trip up to Walter Reed, that this is a serious situation. Talked to another source familiar with the situation this evening who said that there are serious concerns among White House staffers about the president's condition. Now, we should add to all of that, Anderson, that White House officials continue to maintain that the president is just experiencing mild symptoms from the coronavirus, has a fever, and they expect him to pull through just fine. But to have the president of the United States transported via Marine One to Walter Reed, where he's going to be staying there for the next few days, according to White House officials, and working out of the White House, according to those White House officials, that indicates that this is perhaps more than just a mild case of the coronavirus. And the Trump advisor I spoke to earlier this evening emphasized that this is a serious situation for the president at this point, Anderson.
Jim, it seems like the public statements coming out of the White House are just pretty much meaningless. I mean, we were told just a few hours before the president actually left to go to the hospital in a helicopter, was airlifted to the hospital, that the president, would be convalescing for the entirety at the White House, that they could cover all his needs there. Now they say he'll be at Walter Reed for a couple of nights. They have no idea. That's not a factual statement.
I think there's some wishful thinking going on over here, Anderson. I would tell you, I talked to a separate White House official this evening who said that the president's symptoms are more serious, more concerning than those of the First Lady at this point. And that's part of the reason why he had to go to Walter Reed. And so, we don't want to, overstate the situation. But to some extent, Anderson, what we've been hearing from the White House all day long and White House officials all day long is sort of, nothing to see here, please disperse. When in fact, it sounds as though, talking to our sources, that the president's conditions have worsened throughout the day and that this has caused some alarm inside the West Wing, that they were concerned enough that this decision was made to get the president up to Walter Reed. And I think if he's going to be up there for a few days, we'll have to go back and you said you'll have some folks on who will be talking about this from a historical standpoint. When is the last time we had a president of the United States at Walter Reed for that kind of period of time? That indicates to me that this is serious. This is very, very serious.
Now, just the timeline on all of this is so important, and there's a lot we still don't know, which again, it just goes to the lack of transparency. But in terms of timeline, from what we know, Hope Hicks started to show symptoms Wednesday, a night on board Air Force One with the president. She tested positive. Do we know if she had a test Wednesday? It's strange to me that she would feel symptoms Wednesday night, isolate herself on Air Force One, and not get a test Wednesday night. But from the public reporting that we have, or that CNN has had, it's that she found out Thursday, or at least people in the White House learned Thursday, that she had tested positive. Despite that, the president went to a fundraiser in New Jersey. Some staff members were pulled off that trip.
I messed up.
So the White House knew about Hope Hicks. The president knew about Hope Hicks. He went and met with supporters inside, didn't wear a mask. And then we find out very early morning that the president and first lady have COVID. Do we know when the president was actually tested? And shouldn't it have been as soon as Hope Hicks was diagnosed?
This is as precise as they will get at this point, Anderson, about that timeline. And they're saying it was yesterday when he was tested. And in terms of Hope Hicks, you know, White House officials, we talked to the Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, earlier today, would not be more specific when it comes to a timeline. And you do get the sense, Anderson, that they are guarding some of those details out of some concern that perhaps they didn't handle this very well. I mean, keep in mind, a lot of this may date back.
Yeah, you think these people didn't handle this really well? That's their whole promise, is that they're bad at government because they're not people who know what they're doing. I'm not trying to crap on the reporter guy. I'm just saying it's just such the notion that they're competent in any way was never on the table.
It seems to indicate that perhaps this was spreading around last Saturday and that people were getting infected after that. That means that potentially that there were members of the president's team going to that debate, going to that rally in Minnesota, and going up to Bedminster who were potentially carrying this virus.
It's possible then that the president was infected during the debate, or was infected by the time of the debate.
That is possible. And if you look at the way things have progressed over the last 24 hours, it appears his symptoms have gotten worse. And that is consistent with what we hear in terms of the symptoms from the coronavirus, that this progressively gets worse over time. It starts off perhaps.
Eve, if you mean what's shocking is that he might have been infected at the debate. Yeah, like that'll really add some fuel to the conspiracy psychos out there that'll want to just say, well, he was infected by Biden on purpose or something along those lines. I've already seen a tweet or two about somebody speculating about that, but yeah, if they can trace it back to exactly when he was infected, it'll be really interesting to know. It's also very important to know when they knew, because the person in charge of the country should set an example for safety, which is something they've not done at all. But if you know you have it and you're still going to these big events, and he was in New Jersey, I want to say, for a donor thing with a bunch of GOP bigwigs, those are his bosses. Those are real string pullers in the thing. I don't know the exact individuals that were at that event, but when politicians go groveling to industry guys, I mean, in a way, I'm kind of hoping. I don't want anybody to get hurt, but these guys are asking for it. They've forced everybody else in the world to live in lockdowns without, barely any help in this country, and just like it's forced an entire society to go into tremendous stressful situation. So these are the people who had it coming. So you kind of get what you reap what you sow, I suppose. And these guys have funded Trump. They've benefited from him. So I wouldn't be. I'm unabashedly okay with feeling some glee if these guys catch it from Trump, of all people. It's one thing for them to get it at one of their golf club orgies, but they're going to get it from Trump, and that's kind of poetic, I think. Back to the sound here. Here we go. I'm going to focus on the animating.
When this all began to break. Sanjay, so the White House says the president was taken out of an abundance of caution at the recommendation of his physician and medical experts.
Eve says, I do feel bad for the people who catch it from them, though. Yeah, especially like the servants and the workers, or anybody who even if I ideologically disagree, I don't want anybody to get sick. The people to be very clear, the fundraisers at this one fundraiser where he was meeting with a bunch of GOP wealthy donors. Those are the guys that basically give all these politicians their orders. They're the layer above the politicians in terms of the power direction. Politicians and wealthy business interests, they have kind of a give and take, I would say. Like, it's not always a single one-way street, but it very much is dominated because the owners of industries don't have to live by the same rules as politicians. Generally, politicians sort of serve as servants to the industrialists and the titans, and that means that like they're the ones that have been reaping the benefits, quote unquote, of this madness. And so I don't mind that they get it. Anybody else involved doesn't deserve to get it. And actually, to the degree that those guys getting it increases the risks for all those other people, actually, now that I'm saying that, I hope they don't get it, because anybody who gets it almost inevitably will spread it. So there's no safe way to even have a just infection. I just talked myself out of my own position there. So I don't want anybody to get it because they infect people without knowing it. Let's put it that way. That's okay. James says, like the guy who has to bring him a Diet Coke. Yeah, the guy that has to. James needs a Diet. Yeah, I know. I wish I had a Diet Coke button. Man, if only a fella could get a hold of some Diet Coke. I liked your guys' jokes about violent crime increases in the summer. Water gun presence increases in the summer. Yeah, causation or correlation. There's just no way to tell. Science. What? And yes, James, 100% of people do consume water eventually when they die. That is true. That's very true. West Coast. Are you asking me where I'm at? Is that your question? We are, Los Angeles, if that's what your question is. Yeah, thanks. I pride myself on being persuasive, and I don't hold my convictions so closely that I'm like, I find stubbornness to be very uncouth, and so I try to. 5 o'clock, right? Where are you? What time zone? Are you in Eve? But no, I mean I'm new information. If you can assess where the new information comes from and make a judgment call on the bias intensity of that information, why wouldn't you be persuaded by stuff? And I don't want people to get hurt. And I guess it is true that even though bad people catch this virus, they then go give it to their kids, and their kids will pass it on to their friends somehow, or depending on their levels of protection. So yeah, this virus is so nefarious that it does kind of just ripple throughout people who don't, quote unquote, deserve it. Oh, Virginia. Right on. We had another Virginia fella watching with us earlier, afferent input. And yeah, that's cool. And James is from Virginia. That's his home state. Deep Virginia blood. How about some CBS News? What the hell? Are you attending? Never mind. You don't need to tell me where you're going to school. That's somewhat. I mean, not somewhat, but I don't want to ask anybody private stuff. I don't know why I feel like that's weird. What's your social security number? Oh, Poway. Yeah, Poway's down by Escondido, right? There's a Starbucks and a Subway over there, like over there by the Target. I've been there.
Police cars all in the street, and there was a yellow tape from my fence to my tree.
A man who lives at that home was slightly hurt when the car hit the wall outside of where he was sleeping. Investigators say the driver didn't seem to be under the influence.
$1.4 billion, one of the tallest bridges in the state, making its big debut today in Long Beach after a 7-year-long project.
CBS 2's Tina Patel.
Hell yeah, I love a bridge debut.
$1.4 billion bridge leading to the port of Long Beach doesn't have a name yet, but since it will be the connector to the busy
Name it Hank. Hank.
director of the port likes to call it the bridge to everywhere.
15% of the nation's import cargo comes over this bridge. There's not a congressional district in the United States that doesn't receive a container that comes over this bridge.
It began 7 years ago right next to the Gerald Desmond Bridge, which was built in the 1960s and is nearing the end of its lifespan. It is too low to accommodate some of the larger cargo ships being built, so the new bridge is higher, 205 feet above the water. It's also stronger.
This bridge has the most advanced seismic technology of any structure in the country. This bridge has a lifespan of 100 years. So yes, we've come a long way in terms of what this bridge represents now, in terms of safety and efficiency.
There will now be 6 lanes for traffic and an emergency lane to accommodate the estimated 60,000 cars and trucks that cross the span each day. There will also be a dedicated bike path and walkway so people can appreciate the design of the bridge and the 500 feet twin towers up close.
That you do not know.
Enough of that bridge talk. We've got more important things to look at, like a bunch of people on CNN. All right. King George, Middlesex. Wow, man, you guys have some crazy names out there. What were you, Eve, if I may ask, what did you live in California for? That's a long way to go for someone from the East Coast. Oh, yeah. Okay. Dad was stationed there. Yeah, there's a lot of military down there. My brother lived in Sandy, or actually Escon, I don't know, one of those, right off of one of those highways, 76. But I would drive through Poway, so I know I've seen the giant hospital on the hill. All right, I'm gonna keep working on this thing. Honestly, it's gonna take me all friggin' day. I thank you for the encouragement. I believe in myself. I'm going to give it like another hour. I might even switch over to Rocket League. I don't know if Eve wants to watch me play Rocket League. Probably not. Oh yeah, wait. Oh, the shrimp light went out. I have it on a schedule, so that they're in their siesta. Uh-oh. I got a message from a friend that there's like a high-pitched fan noise. Damn it. She's a gamer. No worries. Hell yeah. All right, let me hang on. What am I doing? I'm turning the light on. It is white. Adjust. Okay. Management games. You mean like Prison Builder and stuff like that? Like resource collecting and managing and RPGs are wonderful. I can't wait for Cyberpunk 2077. All right, I'm going to focus a little bit, so I might not be looking at chat. You guys talk about games and watch CNN and shrimp. This is such a strange...
Whether it is, the way that even the White House physician, Dr. Ronnie Jackson, as Sanjay probably remembers vividly.
Oops, see, I was fucking it up right there. I've done podcasting forever, and I'm just messing around with Twitch, and it's interesting. All right, here we go.
He took under somewhat mysterious circumstances that the White House has still not explained. There is not a culture of transparency around the president's health, and there's not a culture of truthfulness around any issue with this White House, which is why we're here.
And Anthony, you know this better than anyone. You were working there, but when there isn't trust and there isn't transparency or a history of it, you can go along for a while without that. But when there's a crisis like this and a really serious issue, and everyone's concerned about the president's health and the first lady's health and all the others, that's when there's a transparency deficit, and that's when it really hurts.
But it does come from the president. Listen, I wish him a speedy recovery, as I do the First Lady and Hope Hicks. But it does come from the president. So he is the communications director in the White House. He is the one that everyone is waiting for, Anderson, in terms of where to give the signal and what to say to the press and how to say it. He's also setting the culture inside the White House. And so he's telling people he doesn't like mask wearing. And so guess what? The people didn't wear masks. But what about today? They're standing outside the White House. Every single person outside the White House as part of that staff had a mask on. And so this is sort of a rude awakening. There's a lot of symbolism here if you want to go back to the election and talk about the election, because his narrative has been, it's a hoax, it's going to go away, it's not that big of a deal. He was berating the vice president last Tuesday about mask wearing and gathering crowds. And if the vice president could gather the same amount of crowds, well, then he would do the same thing. But all of that symbolically just isn't true. And so what happened is the president's reality distortion field intersected with scientific reality. And now we have this very sad outcome, not only for him, but for family members and for staff. And so it's a symbolism that I think will haunt him as we go into the final days of the election.
Sanjay, the fact that the president, he delivered a video message, I think it was for the Al Smith dinner on Thursday night, saying that, I wrote it down, it was that, the end is in sight on the pandemic. We've turned a corner. It was one of those phrases that he has commonly used. The fact that the president delivered a video message, was able to walk onto and off of Marine One, that was meant as a signal to the country that he was okay. Medically, that's also a good sign. The fact that he at least was able to walk on his own.
What did you just text me about?
I asked.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was a very, yes, he is walking on his own. He's wearing a mask, which is obviously critical because he does have the virus in his system. But it was a short little talk that he gave before. It's very hard to read too much into that. I don't think it obviates
Sanjay,
this overall.
Sanjay, I'm sorry. I just want to give you an update. We just learned Senator Thom Tillis has also now tested positive. He too attended the Rose Garden event on Saturday. Mike Lee was in attendance.
Another one. 2 senators. Well. Looks like putting the dumbest person in charge was a dumb move.
Of the fact that that event, even though it was outside, may have been a significant spreading event. We don't know, because contact tracing is actually challenging to do, Anderson. You and I have talked about this. You got 40,000 people a day roughly being infected. It's a lot of contact tracing. But here, there's obviously the contact tracing is underway, and it's starting to look more and more like that may have been a significant source of spread. So we'll get more data as things come in, but also keep in mind there's a time lag, right? There's lots of people who may not actually test positive, if they test positive at all, for up to 2 weeks.
So Sanjay, if
you go through a couple of days and you think,
if it is that Saturday event, then can one? I mean, if in fact that is the case, that was an event where a number of people got positive and it spread among a number of people, if the president picked it up then, by the time of the debate, would he have, how long does it take to start to be able to detect the virus after you come in contact with it and start to spread it?
Yeah, and I don't know if we have this timeline. We showed it. We put this together earlier, but the answer, obviously, it's variable person to person. But typically 4 to 5 days. You get the exposure. Typically, 4 to 5 days before you would actually test positive. As you know, it can be as long as a couple of weeks, but on average, that time frame. The thing to also keep in mind, Anderson, is that if someone has symptoms, the question is, when are they most contagious? And what they have found is that in people who have symptoms, it's usually just before they develop symptoms. So, for example, you develop symptoms today for the president, or yesterday, I guess I'm confused on the days, but whatever day, then it would be the 2 to 3 days before that where he was likely most contagious, most likely spreading it. Same thing with Hope Hicks. A couple, 3 days backwards from that would be when they were the most contagious.
Wow. I mean, it's just extraordinary again. And the fact that Chris Wallace saying they actually didn't get a test before the debate at the debate hall. We don't know when the president's last actual test was prior to the testing positive. We're going to pick this up after a short break. We're going to hear more from everyone. Joining us as well, what one reporter saw up close to the White House today as staffers at that small self-contained community struggled to cope with what was happening. Later, author and columnist Tom Friedman on how he thinks this will affect an already divided country.
I have moderate to severe plaque.
7 Days to Die is amazing. I actually want to play it again. A19 is out, and it looks good. I love that. What I like about it is the sense of uncertainty. You never know when you're going to have an issue. So there's a nice surprise element and there's a nice building element. It can be relaxing, it can be terrifying. I love that game. Such a good game. Yeah, I think it's pretty popular on like I've done Let's Plays of it. It's pretty good. They keep updating it. I don't know. I really want to play it again. I actually was thinking of doing like a 7 Days to Die persistent server for like podcast listeners or something, or some sort of community thing. I'm not going to do that anytime soon, but I just love how customizable it is, and that any one playthrough will always have different adventures and different problems and challenges. And it's like adult Minecraft. You're playing Phantasmagoria? Yeah, I know it's a different game. I was just joking around. Way early. Uh-oh, sorry. Hey, Video James, what's phasmophobia? Is it obviously some sort of ridiculously scary horror game? Eve, you're obviously you're watching a video of that game, probably. I think you mean Phasmophobia, but didn't finish before switching. What made you switch, if I might ask? I've gotten very little feedback. I mean, some friends have weighed in a little, have given me some, but how did you even find my stream? Like, did it appear and recommended something or other? The shrimp were probably just so weird you couldn't resist seeing what the hell that was, I'm guessing. Sorry, my dude. That's fine. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Not quite. Oh, it means you know me or know someone. You can stay anonymous, by the way. You don't feel like, oh, oh, wow, okay. That's cool. I thought it was weird. I was like, yeah, there's something not fishy, but like, oh, Virginia, that's an interesting coincidence. I wonder, those are my brother and family live in Virginia. That's cool. I gotta ask you how you know him, but I don't know if we need to put like relationship details on the internet or whatever. I have no idea what people are willing to do or what privacy lines should be respected or not. I mean, obviously be cautious, I guess. Oh, wow. Chris used to be your professor. That's crazy. And now you're Danielle's classmate. That's fun. That's cool. That's wonderful. Yeah, they're good folks. They got a couple of smart ass little kids too. And I don't mean like smart asses. I mean like they're just literally like freakishly intelligent, and it's terrifying. They're like superhero intelligence. That makes no sense. Hawkeye is known for solving physics equations when he fletches arrows. All right, I'm going to focus. I'm never going to end any of this. Well, thanks for giving us a try and hanging out and chatting. It's really cool. I'm really new to Twitch, and I find I've always thought it was just confusing and befuddling and all the crazy emojis and insanity. But recently I've started to mess around with it a bit more, and I do a lot of like lefty politics and podcasting shit, and just kind of curious to mess around with the technology and giving it a try today. So thanks for being a part of it. You really helped me have a more productive and fruitful endeavor than I had predicted. So big ups. All right, let me work.
That they would be on top of this at the White House.
That's cool. Thank you. Yeah, she'll probably pass them along, I imagine. I'm dialing it in though. I know I'm pretty good at clicking a mouse around, but this is a lot going on with these Twitch streams, so it's going to be like a slow build, but it's fun. All right, a little bit more on this, and then I'm going to switch to Rocket League after I finish this next sequence, because I don't want to spend all night working on this fucking Trump. How much more of this fish head monster can I stare at?
Giving you rules that are going to go against your self-interest, but you're going to abide to them anyway. And so that's basically what happened. You're going to come to a situation where the West Wing and the members of Congress are going to have more COVID-19 than the entire country of New Zealand due to this laxity. And so it's sad for me because a lot of these people are my friends. Hope is my friend. I wish her well. I want her to get better. But it's also sad for the country because we put the country now in this dilemma where we've politicized the science, politicized the masks, politicized the health and well-being of the people in the country. And so I'm hoping that this will be a wake-up call for the president and his staff, and they will start to speak the way Anthony Fauci speaks about it, or the way Dr. Gupta speaks about the virus in terms of the seriousness of it.
Abby Phillip, there's no indication, though, that, Mark Meadows was talking to reporters without a mask today. I saw it on television. It seems like a lot of them are still walking around without masks, even today.
At least earlier in the day, that it certainly seemed that many White House officials, there were at least 3 that we saw with photographic evidence, standing outside, talking to reporters, doing various things with no mask on. And Meadows even suggested that he didn't have to wear a mask because he'd been tested and it was negative, and that they were standing outside more than 6 feet apart. But, part of it is the symbolism, but part of it is also knowing that even if you test negative in one moment, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are negative forever. And I think that this is the problem. And we saw when the president took off from Marine One later this afternoon, the extraordinary sight of all of these White House officials. I can't tell you that I've seen that many White House officials inside or outside wearing masks publicly, individual by individual. It seems that something has changed. They are recognizing the seriousness of it. The question is, does this carry forward? I have a lot of questions about the people who were at the debate, who were around Hope Hicks, and who are going out and about their lives, carrying on their lives without quarantining? What are they going to do? Don Jr., the president's son, he has campaign events scheduled early next week. Shouldn't these people be quarantining themselves? How the campaign and this White House acts from this moment forward will actually tell us how seriously they're taking this, because it's not just wearing a mask. You've got to social distance, and you also have to quarantine yourself or sequester yourself from other people if there's a chance that you could have been exposed to the virus.
I mean, the idea that the president of the United States could have been COVID positive at that debate, standing on the stage with Vice President Biden, with his family members, none of the, refusing to wear masks, sitting in the audience, is just extraordinary. Dr. Gounder, there's new reporting from a White House official, sort of telling our reporters that Trump's condition is not deteriorating and that there's no reason for public to be alarmed. That certainly sounds like good news, but it would mean a whole heck of a lot more if an actual doctor stood before cameras and took questions and explained what actually is going on. Some anonymous official, putting out a counter leak that, everything's fine, is not deteriorating. I don't even know what to ask. I mean, it just yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's not meaningful information at all. I'd like to have a name and a face behind the information. I'd like to see perhaps something in writing, some lab reports, some x-rays, that sort of information. And I would really like to know what was his oxygen saturation at the time he left for the hospital, and what was the reason for him to be hospitalized at Walter Reed. Right now, we're making educated guesses based on reasons why patients are typically hospitalized. It's usually because they have a low oxygen saturation level. With somebody like the president, maybe you would hospitalize before that out of an abundance of caution. But based on what we know about his personality, he's not somebody who would want to show weakness, who would likely want to take such cautious measures in the absence of a real indication. So that would imply that he truly needs to be in the hospital.
Yeah.
And so I really think we need more objective data to better understand the situation.
Yeah, I got to get a break in. I appreciate all you being with us. Thank you. Up next, columnist and author Tom Friedman on how President Trump's diagnosis and hospitalization might impact this divided nation.
Shit. I just went on a giant long rant about Tom Friedman, and it totally wasn't there. God damn it. Did not get recorded. He's the next guest on CNN, and he's horrible. He's a terrible writer. He's not actually that bad of a writer, but he's he wrote a book called The World is Flat, basically arguing for globalization and why everything's fine if we just continue the neoliberal project. He's just kind of one of these sort of empty calorie, like he can mesmerize with his words in a way because he uses very simplistic back and forths, but he doesn't really have any substance to what he's trying to do, and his worldview is repulsive. And he's not like a psychopathic David Brooks or David Frum, not to be a name dropper, but he just sort of has this kind of I don't know, if you just wanted a world built by a really bland supervillain, it would be a world that Thomas Friedman would be fine with. All right, I'm gonna get back to my working on here. I'll put on a little music. How about that? Let's try that.
load. App-based driving works for my family.
Being an independent contractor.
Hey there, everybody. It's Hank coming at you from the 40,000 watt broadcaster in Topeka, Kansas. Actually, just outside of Topeka, down by the soft serve ice cream cone shop. Come on by and say hi tomorrow at the Dunk Tank, where we're going to dunk the mayor. That's right. You can raffle off a ticket for 1 penny for an opportunity to dunk the mayor. Ever seen a wet white guy? Well, you will tomorrow. We hope you're enjoying these Russian funeral dirges we're putting on the air tonight. Thank you for tuning in. We know you've got lots of choices out there in the world. There's just one other dial down there where they just say the N-word over and over again. This is the 1950s, when Donald Trump wanted the world to go back to. Thanks for tuning in. Let's get back to the show.
reflect on the fact that he pitted masks against jobs. He pitted masks against school. He pitted masks against football. And it was never mask or jobs, mask or school. It was mask for jobs, mask for school. That by wearing a mask, you could actually do these things because it's been proven all over the world. I was just looking up the statistics before I came on. In the last 2 weeks, there have been 14 cases of coronavirus tested in Taiwan. There are probably 14 people in the White House today who have it. And that's because Taiwan has this mask policy. So, you know, we don't wear masks, Anderson, just to protect ourselves. We wear masks to protect our neighbors. We wear masks to protect our coworkers. We wear masks to protect our Secret Service. We wear masks to protect our police. We wear masks to protect our fellow Americans. We don't just wear them for ourselves. And when you look at that picture, and I promise you, Anderson, it's going to be an iconic picture of the entire Trump clan at that debate, sitting around unmasked, when possibly their father was actually carrying the coronavirus. It is such a profound act, not just of recklessness, but of such disrespect to their fellow Americans. So I pray he gets well, because nothing actually could heal the country more than if President Trump comes out of this and says, I want to reflect like the president of Notre Dame reflected.
Yeah.
I want to say, I'm sorry. I was on the wrong track. I was not leading the right way. And I'm gonna try to win this election now, not by dividing us, but by uniting us, not on fake news, but on science.
Yeah. Tom Friedman, appreciate it. Thank you very much. I want to quickly drill down deeper on the breaking news that 2 senators have now tested positive for COVID, and that both Mike Lee and now Tom Tillis are members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. The question, how will this affect confirmation hearings for Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett? CNN's Phil Mattingly joins us now by phone. Phil, what are you learning?
Well, obviously, it's a very fluid situation right now, Anderson. I think the big question, as you noted, is what does this have to do? Obviously, first question is about the health of the senators themselves. Both have said they're not feeling symptoms right now and that they feel well, but both obviously have moved into quarantine. Now, the Senate Judiciary Committee has planned to hold the first of 4 days of hearings on October 12th. Obviously, given the fact it's October 2nd, at least one of the senators, possibly both, would not be back or out of their quarantine by that time. So the question becomes, on a committee where the split is 12 Republicans and 10 Democrats, what actually happens next? Now, Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Lindsey Graham said earlier today, one, that he had tested negative for coronavirus, but that he planned to move forward with the hearings. This was before Tom Tillis, the North Carolina senator who just announced that he was positive, came out and said that. But Graham said he planned to move forward and that there's a possibility of virtual hearings. Now, there's some question right now, given how the Judiciary Committee works, given how the nominations process works, whether or not that is possible. Democrats say it isn't and it shouldn't, and because of what's going on right now, particularly as members try and get their heads around the full scope of the potential outbreak here on Capitol Hill, as to whether or not Democrats are pushing to have things delayed until everything is understood. I will tell you right now, Anderson, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has made clear full steam ahead on the confirmation process, but obviously a lot to figure out right now as more positives seem to be popping up by the hour.
Yeah. The video we were showing earlier was Mike Lee at that event on Saturday, hugging people, hugging multiple people, tested positive. Phil Mattingly, thanks very much. Coming up, I'll talk with a presidential historian who shares his thoughts on where the nation is at this moment.
Vicks Vapo Patch. Easy to wear with soothing Vicks Vapo.
voice be heard.
The terms that would be imposed upon defeated Germany, but also the future of the empires of France and Britain and Germany, and the aspiration of many nations at that time to become independent. And so it was quite a fraught negotiation. It went on for months. And in the middle of it, in April, Wilson became ill. Best evidence now is that he contracted the virus that was often called the Spanish flu, and that it really affected his ability to negotiate and the outcome of the negotiations. Essentially, Wilson became very incapacitated, and he capitulated on a lot of terms that he had previously been insisting upon. And as a result, quite harsh terms were imposed upon Germany a couple of months later.
Which then ultimately led to the rise of Hitler and to obviously then World War II. I mean, it's fascinating how you pinpoint sort of the consequence of this illness. And Tim, when you look also at the parallels with Wilson, in Steve's article, it talks about how he basically, his sole focus was World War I. He really refused and punished people who discussed or focused on the influenza outbreak, which was, decimating, killing hundreds of thousands of people in the United States.
Indeed, Anderson, when we talk about leadership or the lack of leadership in the 1918-1919 pandemic, we rarely talk about President Wilson. He seems to have been AWOL. There was no effort at presidential leadership. In part, as Steve mentioned, is because the president was quite sick in the spring, and as of October 1919, he'd be completely incapacitated. But even between the spring and the fall of 1919, Wilson is so focused on getting the United States to enter the League of Nations, to get the Senate to support that treaty, that he's not focused on the huge domestic crisis that is the pandemic.
Steve, the lack of transparency, obviously, it's been an issue in this White House really from day one, obviously, and also the lack of truth often. in a time like this, it seems particularly important.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the word transparency, because I was thinking about how in Wilson's time, nobody knew at the time, there was some medical uncertainty, what he was suffering from, but he managed to keep his incapacity after he suffered a stroke largely out of the public eye. And of course, Tim can provide example after example in the 20th century before the television, and never mind the radical era of social media that we're in now, of presidents who were able to disguise or downplay their illnesses while they were in office, sometimes for extended periods. What's so fascinating now is you have a president who, on the one hand, is not at all transparent, repeatedly misleads the public about important aspects of the pandemic we've all been suffering through. And at the same time, he himself is such an active participant in social media that when he went off social media for a few hours today, everyone thought that was quite significant. So, here we are talking about his illness within less than 24 hours after it became apparent to him, at least. And, that's so different than it was a century ago when there was a much clubbier, protective environment, including among the press, around presidents who were stricken in various ways.
Tim, many White Houses in the recent history have tried to hide or play down any illnesses or maladies that the president may have, but we have heard from doctors treating presidents in the past. We haven't really heard, certainly not in the last 24 hours, from the doctors on this.
One of the big differences this time is we had a baseline of truth with regard to previous modern chief executives. I mean, after all, we never knew the full story of John F. Kennedy's chronic illnesses while he was president. But after Kennedy, the level of truth as opposed to misinformation from presidential doctors has increased with time. The problem here is that this is a fraught moment. And a fraught moment like this is a moment when transparency is vital. It's not just vital for domestic reasons. It's vital for the markets, and it's vital for the way in which the world interacts with us. Since there is no baseline of truth about the president's health before this period, it's harder for people to believe what they're learning now. So it's a time for this White House to really, really share information.
Tim
And it's not.
Steve Call, I appreciate it. I'm sorry, I gotta run.
That guy made a really good point, actually. He's right. They haven't set up a baseline. They haven't been forthright. And what are people supposed to make of it? #vote. Back to Chris Cuomo. I mean, hopefully he gets into a big punching match with Ted Cruz. Chris Cuomo's like fucking ripped too. He's like a hunky guy. Don't ask me how I know. No, I just randomly saw some pictures of him. Boy, that got weird quick. All right, here we go.
And is President Trump hospitalized for COVID-19? We saw the president walking on his own 2 feet to Marine One on his way to Walter Reed tonight, and then deboarding shortly after, waves to reporters. But we also know some of the details of his condition, his personal disposition, and some treatment that they're trying. And all of that raises many more concerns than the president did with this message.
I want to thank everybody for the tremendous support. I'm going to Walter Reed Hospital. I think I'm doing very well, but we're going to make sure that things work out. The First Lady is doing very well. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. I will never forget it. Thank you.
Now, this is a time that benefits from no drama, but this is no simple matter of being asymptomatic. The president has a very winnable battle, but a battle on his hands nonetheless. COVID doesn't just disappear. Now, we will discuss what the White House is telling us because the timeline, the sequence of events, doesn't make sense. Even taken at their word, they really didn't test the president for a day after finding out about Hope Hicks. And what if Hicks didn't give it to him? That is becoming increasingly likely. A central concern is the Rose Garden event Saturday for Judge Amy Coney Barrett. A number of people who were there have now tested positive, including 2 senators, Republicans, on the Senate Judiciary Committee, obviously fundamental to her nomination. And what did we see there? Some masks, many without, very tight together. Exactly what you're not supposed to do. So if this was the event, not Hope Hicks, that's a long time. That was last Saturday. How many more people were exposed? How many more did the president expose? How big a circle are they drawing around the president and this event for contact tracing? And of course, all of this was kept secret. You heard nothing about that Saturday event, nothing about anybody who tested positive after it, and you didn't even hear until 24 hours after they knew about Hope Hicks, and not from the White House. We found it out. Bloomberg and then CNN. That secrecy may have carried a price of more cases. Now look, I'm sorry the president and his wife and others are sick. It is made worse by the fact that it did not have to happen. Please stop listening to these people on state TV and elsewhere who say, you know, he was refusing to hide. He's out there doing the thing, holding rallies. These people are poisoning you. Those rallies were a mistake. That Rose Garden event was a mistake. It could have been a super spreader event. We'll show you how many people got sick who were there. Is that a coincidence? Can't be. Likely those events, we're not sure which one yet, but that's how the president got sick, being unmasked around crowds. And yet in doing so, there is one point to keep in perspective. In being sick, and sick enough to have symptoms, and sick enough to need experimental treatment, and sick enough to go to the hospital, Trump is finally relaying a message we have needed from him for months. COVID-19 is real. It is dangerous. Not wearing masks is a mistake. Crowding into places is a mistake. I hope everyone gets the point now. We have paid a high enough price. Yes, this president told you the virus will just go away. That's mostly political hype, that it affects almost no one. Well, now he, the most important leader we have at the most critical time, has it. He is the strongest evidence that everything he told you is false. Tonight, we have new insight into why he is receiving the treatment that he is. It is experimental. Does that mean this is risky for the commander-in-chief? Does it mean this is something dire? Is he in worse shape? Does it mean that at all? We have the scientist who heads the company that developed the experimental drug. He will take us through it. We also can't hide from the questions that the president's quick turn from positive to the hospital presents about the continuity of government. There has been no transfer of power to the VP, Mike Pence. The White House says President Trump remains in charge of the country. What does his battle mean for the upcoming election, for our national security? Let's start with the latest on the president from Caitlin Collins, live at the White House. What do we know?
Well, all eyes are now turning to this event just about a week ago now, honoring the Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett at the White House, which, as you were just showing those pictures, now looking back at knowing the president's diagnosis, knowing the diagnosis of the First Lady and Hope Hicks, it makes them all the more striking, Chris, to see all of these powerful people packed into the Rose Garden, not wearing masks, not social distancing, and then to see the images that played out after of these people like Senator Mike Lee, who of course now has tested positive for coronavirus and sits on the Senate Judiciary Committee and actually met with Amy Coney Barrett on Tuesday. Though we should note the Supreme Court nominee, according to our reporting, has already had coronavirus. So there are questions about how long the immunity lasts once you have had it. But we do know that she did already contract the virus over the summer, obviously recovered from it. But now, of course, we're learning about a second senator who has tested positive, who was at that event. Another senator who is also on the Senate Judiciary Committee that will decide whether or not Amy Coney Barrett is the next Supreme Court nominee. And that's Tom Tillis of North Carolina, who, of course, is locked in a very heated battle to maintain his seat in that state. And it just really raises so many questions because not only are you seeing these powerful lawmakers test positive, but you see all of these other people who are also in these critical positions, people like the Attorney General Bill Barr, who were at this event not wearing masks and have, of course, the question is whether or not they were at risk or exposed by being at an event like this one that you saw in the Rose Garden just a week ago.
Right, and now it raises a lot of questions. If that was the super spreader event, that was the event, the Rose Garden event, it's a lot of time since then, you know, and what have they been developing with testing? What did they not tell us? One of the problems with this White House, you know, the price of not being transparent and not telling the truth is that when we need to believe you in a moment like this, it's hard to do so. Caitlin, do me a favor, stand by, jump in with anything that you have that we need to know, and I appreciate you being there for us tonight. Let's bring in Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Miles Taylor, okay, former Chief of Staff to Homeland Security Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen, and Mike Schmidt. He's a reporter from the New York Times, author of Donald Trump v. the United States, Inside the Struggle to Stop a President. Brother Schmidt, let me start with you. What the White House is telling us doesn't seem to line up. Hope Hicks gets it Wednesday. They test her in the morning. She was fine. They say at night she wasn't. What does that mean? Did they have testing protocols on hand at an event? Well, then we quarantined her. You put her on the same plane with the president, and you didn't test him until 24 hours later? And now we find out about the judge event on Saturday where all these other people are getting sick, where the president was. I mean, what are you piecing together in terms of, what they really know about how this happened?
Well, and even the moderator of the debate, Chris Wallace, talking today about how didn't seem like there was any testing that had been followed as the president arrived, questions about whether the president himself had been tested. The White House had not been forthcoming about a lot of different things. That's not a news story. But especially on the president's health, they haven't always been transparent. And one of the biggest questions arises from the president's last trip to Walter Reed in November of 2019, in the middle of impeachment. On that visit, the president said he was trying to be there in order to start his yearly physical on a Saturday afternoon. What we know is that was a curious sort of answer, and that was not the full story. So when the White House is not provided a full story in the past about such an important issue like the president's health, it's hard to take them seriously when Chief of Staff Meadows goes out today and says this morning the president's having mild symptoms.
With no mask. And Meadows was at that judge event on Saturday also, by the way. Comes out to brief the press, even after all this, no mask. Let me throw you a curveball, though, Schmidt. The idea that maybe something from Walter Reed was relevant in the last meeting, well, then why would they have waited to test him? Surely they know why he went to Walter Reed on that Saturday afternoon. If they had reason to be concerned about his health and more than his public, wouldn't they have tested him sooner?
Well, look, I don't know. It doesn't seem like they have had strict rigor around this issue. Obviously, the Saturday event at the White House that we saw with the nomination of the judge was a clear example of that. There was no social distance being practiced. People were not wearing masks. That goes against all the guidelines. But if you're talking about the Walter Reed visit, and as I report in my book, Mike Pence was put on alert when the president was going there that he may have to take over the powers of the presidency because they may have to put the president under anesthesia. And that is not something that happens on a normal visit. So you have the president again today going to Walter Reed. We have some information from the White House, but what is really going on? And can we trust that information?
Sanjay, on the point of, I need you for a lot actually tonight, but let's do some reporting first. Informationally, also interesting, who you and I have both learned don't really know anything about the president's condition, which is members of the task force. What are you hearing?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm hearing. It was one of those things where, as we were trying to report on this throughout the day, since 1 o'clock in the morning last night, it was a question of who knows what. The coronavirus task force made up of some of frankly, the world's experts on this disease, the people that you'd probably call, for the president under any other situation. And there they are, part of the task force, and they are in the dark, as I was told, watching things unfold on television like everyone else. So that was surprising to me, Chris, because we were trying to gather information. Very few people knew what was going on at that point.
Now, Sanjay, as you very well know, even somebody the president's age with all his different specs, it would be very rare for them to go from, oh yeah, I don't feel great, I'm not asymptomatic, and I got a positive test, to the hospital and an experimental treatment. Now, how much of this do you believe is reflective of his condition? Because we saw him walking in a suit versus him being the president, and you throw everything you can at the one commander-in-chief you have.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Chris. I mean, I think clearly there was some sort of decline today. He was doing well in the morning, then it was minor symptoms, then it was moderate symptoms. He had fever. They did pursue this very experimental therapy, which I think also gives some indication that there was a heightened level of concern. But you're right. We heard the president give that little talk before he walked out onto the helicopter. He was walking, obviously, of his own volition to the chopper. So he didn't look bad, certainly, just from a health standpoint at that point. But there was concern here, Chris. And the thing about this virus, if you were talking to people, that if someone is starting to decline, better than anyone, your oxygen saturations are dropping a bit. You may not even recognize it yourself. That's the sort of thing that can go sideways on you in a hurry. And that's part of the reason I think maybe he and his team wanted him at the hospital. Not necessarily that they were going to do kind of aggressive treatments, but close to an ICU should he need it, close to a CT scanner should he need it. So it's both. It's an abundance of caution, but also in sort of response to what seems to have been a progression of symptoms.
Right. It's a balancing test for them, right? On the one side, hospitals, we know that a little bit of it is mythology. People are afraid of going to the hospital and,
Hello, it's Hank. I was working on this animation and I think After Effects crashed on me now. So it's frozen on the stream here. And I had just not saved it in a while. And I don't really know how good After Effects is about autosaves. It's not as good as Premiere. So I do have some autosaves, I believe. So it's devastating when you really made a good... I'm going to switch the screen here real quick. I was planning on switching over to playing Rocket League for a little bit and then signing off. I mean, how much longer can I do this shit? So here we go. Let's see if this works. Yeah. Eve is still watching. Wow. That just stuns me. Okay, so yeah, so it's frozen and I gotta just play around with it. And I didn't reboot the computer before I started the stream, and I'd been working on this thing for like 4 hours or so, or not quite that long, but the mistake was not rebooting to start with a fresh machine. So kind of inevitable. And I'm usually pretty good about remembering to save. Anyway, it sucks though, because what's really weird is like you just kind of, I don't know, there's a flow to it where you just kind of lose yourself in the process, and then you have to go back and now you're making every choice again because I liked what I did, and I'm never going to make it as good as I was happy with it already. It's like it's like I'm a wedding cake maker and I've fucked up on the way to the wedding and I've already done 3 weeks of work, and now I'm just like, oh crap, all right, we'll just scrape happy birthday off the cake we've already got or something like that. All right, what the fuck? Let me focus on this shit. Listen to CNN and then I'll be back.
That the administration has towards the pandemic. I mean, they've been flippant about the CDC guidelines. They've derided the use of masks and social distancing. And so you can see why this would be a challenge for the people who are responsible for protecting the president. When there's gunfire, the Secret Service will physically overpower the president. But this is different. I mean, if the president was maybe exposed to something and then he tells his agents or his staff, I'm going to Bedminster. It's really tough for them to say, no, we're going to force you in the car and take you home. So look, we don't have all the information here, but what this seems like to me is that they had enough information to make a good decision. And instead they decided to make a bad decision because this White House hasn't been as cautious as they should be about this. What Sanjay was just saying about Walter Reed was also striking to me, because this very well could be them taking the president there out of an abundance of caution. And I don't want to be an alarmist. But I create the analogy here to if there's a national security challenge. When there's a national security challenge, we walk the president downstairs to the White House Situation Room to connect him to his senior leaders to talk through that. But if there's a national security crisis, sometimes you remove the president from Washington, D.C., and you take him to secure facilities outside of Washington. This sort of feels like that escalation. There's a lot of things they could do to take care of him in the White House, but instead they've taken him out to that next level facility for health purposes. That is, I think, a concern and something that...
I did promise Rocket League, and yeah, I'm actually going to play a couple. I was almost done, but I got to make sure I have a file. Or at least I just need to assess where I'm at before I shut it down. But yeah, and you're right. I can make it better. I do need the practice, clearly. I don't. I'm doing shit that's fairly easy. Although I'm actually really happy with how it's turning out. It's more about the creative it's that thing where you're like, oh, I don't need to repaint this thing anymore. Like, I'm done. I guess it's a risk of doing digital, quote unquote, douchebag word art. So it's more just like, I know the next, I've done this so many times. I know the next time I try to do what I did, it'll be close. It might be better, but it'll be close. It's just an emotionally like, ugh, and now it's kind of like the equivalent of like getting mud on your shoes before prom. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I'm like, I'd rather not to go to prom with mud on my shoes. Why am I doing this? Okay, all right. Back to politics and Russian Soviet leader burial music.
Here is the big point, Chris, and that is if the president of the United States has been involved with some super spreader event, you've got to think that that's not an accident. That points towards a systematic problem with how the president is being protected. Now, I used to help oversee the Secret Service. I highly doubt it's because the Secret Service hasn't been following protocol. What, again, seems more likely to me is that the people around the president, up to and including the president himself, have not necessarily been following these guidelines. In fact, 48 hours ago, in some ways, they were mocking Joe Biden for adhering very strictly to these guidelines. That's really important to know.
Now, so Mike, I want you to listen to that because it seems kind of sketchy what I'm hearing about how aggressively they're going after this. You know, I've talked to a couple of people who were at that event who were on their own in terms of getting tested and figuring it out, and they're pretty close to the president.
I mean, I hate to be skeptical about this, but this White House has obviously always been focused on one person, and that's the president. The president has this. So I'm not that surprised to hear that they haven't gone back to figure out who else he may have infected or who else may have been around him or what has come of those events. These people around the president are there because they believe in him more so than anyone else. The Miles Taylors of the world are gone. These people around him are part of this culture of this president and have basically given their life. Surprise.
Well, hello. Can you guys hear the music? It's supposed to should be music coming through here. I want this nice peaceful tomb music. I want tomb music behind my voice. So the autosave was only 6:05 p.m. and it crashed. So I lost about 10 minutes. But that was a pretty focused 10 minutes, meaning I'd been kind of cruising through that a little capably. I was happy with what I was doing. So anyway, that's all right. It's no big deal. You just take a big hot dose of optimism and move on, right? And then play Rocket League. But let me just try to see where I got lost, because I had gone to, okay, so I did this brown one. The two things that were on my mind that I'm mostly thinking about is that when he brings his arm back, I'm running out of RAM space anyway. I should probably reboot. Right there when he crosses over the threshold, like if you imagine that his pivot elbow, and then this is like crossing over a 90-degree where you would start releasing. And so then I had it flying crap into this corner. And it looks like that's, well, there's that. I don't know. What else was I doing? I was doing something else. Anyway, I'm making it seem more dramatic than it really is, honestly. Like, it's fine. It's just part of the process. I should probably do what I didn't do and fix the whatchamacallit, autosave interval. Anyway, all right, here we go. Let's see where I'm at. Okay. All right, save it, which is a bummer. Actually, you know what? I had spent most of that time watching it render, now that I'm thinking about it. This was taking forever. And actually, funny thing is, render files, I think, are like still there. It just has to reconnect. That's what the blue lines mean. That's something already. See how the green bar is going so quickly? I think the sound is too loud. All right, so let's do a couple, since we have so much render going, just for fun. I just kind of want to see it. A lot of times you sort of have your headspace in the specifics of all the little numbers and words and precise mouse movements. And it's good to pull back when you finally get a chance to watch a sequence and actually kind of observe it with a slightly different set of I forgot. Yeah, the thing goes by him. That's funny. Let's watch that. That works really well. That looks so far. It's over here. Here it comes. Right there. Okay. A little rendering here. It's just a little bit slow, to be honest. I might speed that one up. Okay, almost. Can you guys hear the orchestral music right now? I don't see it, but it sort of jumps when I do desktop audio. Like I'm turning it. Okay, now it's right. Now you should hear it barely. I hope. I'm just going to leave it right where it is. But let me know if it's too loud. The flyback in actually works better than I thought it would. Okay. Oh my god, this took so freaking long. I only got about 10 seconds left, actually. So there's just this cut, this cut, this cut, this cut. So I'll come up with some sort of way where it incorporates into Biden. This will be a fun one to do because we'll do like a lot of animations where scaling it so it sort of feels like it's crossing. And the thing I really want to do is put shadows. I don't think I need to. The whole thing works. So I'm overthinking it, but I'm considering you basically do have to duplicate. I don't know. There's various ways, but shadows would sort of integrate it a lot better. He's under bright lights, so it's kind of, but it's still kind of, even a very subtle shadow effect can just help the immersion of an animation. Great. Okay, it's perfect now. Good. Thank you, Eve. I appreciate that. Yeah, it just wasn't showing up in the green at all, and whatever. Thank you. Really, it's a help. Will they make a sound as they fly around? Oh man, you know about audio high ends and stuff? That's pretty cool. Yeah, if there's a high pitch, I'm gonna rewatch this. Partially why I'm doing these is to sort of just get a feel for the post process as well, because I know I can like export them to YouTube and whatever. I'm sort of thinking of doing my podcast this way, which is because my podcast is essentially me just like reading articles and stuff. So this is part of that experiment. But anyway, yeah, and you can clip out stuff. So anyway, I'm just tinkering with that. So I will be able to detect that high pitch sound if it's there. I do suspect that it's coming off my mixing board somehow. I've just got so many like it's old, plus wires everywhere that, you know, wires can cause weird interferences and stuff. And why am I rambling about that? But the other microphone is USB that I could switch to. I just have to come up with a way to easily change it off my boom mic somehow, because I actually fixed my boom mic. It was bending, so I fixed it. But it's working great. I just I'd like to be able to figure out with the mixing board, because this is just more convenient if I just have to only use one microphone. All right, let's wrap this up. I've pressed Control S for save. I'm happy with the way it flies at the camera. This is fun. We're gonna switch to the screen briefly while I get Rocket League loading. My computer might crash because I'm already sort of reached a bit of a limit. I don't feel like it's about to. You can kind of tell when like a horse is about to fart. Like I've had this horse a long time, you know what I mean? And let's see, saving After Effects. All right, so we're switching to the bigger feed. CNN sound will be coming up, and I'll be being back with Rocket League. And it's been nice hanging out with everybody. It's so weird. It is like the live nature of it really changes. Like I could see why people get into this. They just suddenly realize they're like, oh, I'm just programming a radio show / internet show, and I'm the person. And it's very weird. It has a very one person band quality to it. The guys with the cymbals on their knees and the big drum and everything, and that also feels very maniacal in a way for some reason. Like the narcissism of it is so apparent. How is that not so embarrassing that nobody does this? But so maybe I'm misunderstanding the emotional landscape. Oh, symbols for the shrimp's a great idea. Little tiny symbols. I do want to do shrimp animations. I know you've noticed some shrimps in the graphics, and if this somehow becomes anything at all, I'll definitely be making some of those, breathing some life into those shrimps. And I'm going to name one of them Adam and the other one Steve, just to fuck with everybody. All right, say hi to Sanjay.
Imagine the conversations that were going on in the White House to basically arrive at that decision.
Yeah.
There was concern.
All right, Sanjay, as always, thank you. Miles, Taylor, Michael, Schmidt, thank you. You're the perfect guests to help us round out our understanding of where we are. God willing, we'll all get to a better place. And soon, the word on the people who are supporting Trump there in front of the hospital, about half and half with masks. And with what I've seen with his rallies and stuff in the past, that's better than usual. So let's take progress where we find it. We have much more to come. We're going to take a look at the perspective of what do we do in moments of crisis like.
Quarter one, app-based drivers want to stay independent.
Rocket League. Not working. Okay, hang on. right. I think we're good. Or something. No, fuck. Hold on. All right, let me turn off the music. We're just going to go without. I'm trying to get this Russian scary funeral music to play behind everything. Seems appropriate, but I don't have any desktop audio. Hello? You're not getting any audio? That's all right. I want a little Rocket League sound. I don't think it's going. Oh, I'm in free play. No wonder. Okay, sorry. There's no sound because I was doing nothing in the game. All right, let's see. Let's put it right there. Bear with me, figuring it out. Now it's probably way too loud, so I'm going to go into the Rocket League interface and turn the volume down from in here. Let's see if that. Please let me know if the mix is off here. Chat room, please. All right, let's do. Like I can't read the chat's pause, so it wouldn't even work if anybody said anything. Okay, no, it's not. All right, here we go. One thing that I'm trying to learn to do is more training drills before jumping straight into a game and just destroying your rank by being terrible. It actually does take a couple minutes to warm up. And I'm just practicing flying around off the walls. That's the point I'm at, and I'm not very good at this game, believe it or not. So, that was not intended. Here's a drill. Okay, here's a drill. You're gonna hit it hard. See, I already screwed it up. And you're supposed to double back, prepare yourself, and then hit it again on the bounce. So 2 bounces is supposed to be the game. I just saw this in some YouTube video, and it's pretty hard. The guy who made it look super easy, but boom, and then you want to reset for another big hit. And the goal is to kind of try to escalate the strength of the shots, which indicates you're controlling your speed much better, or you're at least you're just using your speed better, because it's all about timing your maximum hit time to where the thing bounces, and it's pretty tough and not that interesting to watch. Let's start up. I feel warmed up. I feel ready for this. I've seen Rocky. I've seen the Rocky films. All right. Okay. Hoops. Oh shit! I forgot to change my my title, and I'm supposed to tell people on Twitch that I'm playing Rocket League now. Eve, your comment made me laugh. It's true. At the levels, if you want to, like, I'm a little bit past the point in this game where you have to practice. Like, I would still be a few ranks down if I weren't doing some practice. And I do very little, mostly just because it kind of gets boring to just be stuck in a range that you can't really seem to get out of. It's still a fun game, and the graphics are pretty cool, but there is a it's easy, it's fun to start out at right away. Beginners can have fun with it. That's one reason it's pretty popular. Say sorry to that guy. And it's probably why they're going free. One of the reasons that it's probably smart to go free to play. So this game is free to play if you're gonna try it out, as of like a week ago or something. But you know, it's well designed and well made and well tuned, so that in order to actually get good at it, you do have to like you naturally just develop skills. It actually has a very RPG element to it in a very non-RPG real way, like not real IRL. Is that a thing? Like you actually literally just develop skills and you focus on stuff, and like if I want to work on my wall game, I'll just work on that and gain experience points in a real kind of life way. That's, even though it's a video game, but there's people that do coaching. There's like a thing. There's a whole Rocket League world and community. Almost, I'm super distracted. This is terrible to do this to my random teammate. But there's people who do coaching and they'll like review your gameplay and they'll like watch you play and like give you tips, and people get really serious about this stuff. I've never, I've only seen it because a couple like tutorials are like, oh, I do coaching. I was like, what the fuck, coaching? Yeah, so that part of it I kind of keeps me interested. Oh, sorry, I just totally pinned him against the thing. Oh shit. Because it would get pretty boring. I've been playing this game, I think, since it came out. And it's also good for small bites. Like, I love big, complex games. Divinity 2 is amazing. And I barely started to dive into that. Or, you know, my dive didn't go very deep. And what else? Change my category. I know, all right, I gotta change my category. It's like a big fox paw, huh? Why did I do that? That's not funny. It's just hack. Yeah. I didn't realize I didn't do it, and then I'd already started. So. But yeah, it's nice not to think about the president's virus. It's so crazy. This. I don't know. It won't. Will anybody realize that this group of people are now just this core of deadly contagion amongst themselves and each other? That maybe this approach, whatever it is, you don't need to understand their approach. All you need to do is understand their outcome. The people in charge of this thing have gotten themselves into a position where they just kill themselves with their own malfeasance and their ineptitude. And yes, I hit an amazing fucking shot in the middle of that rant. Look at that. Glorious. I even got a savage out of my roommate or / teammate. Everybody's my roommate when they're near me. Pop it. Oh, fuck. I was going for the very bottom and I didn't. Those are fun to. Sorry, I saw it. Even though I know we were both missing, I didn't want to bump my roof mic. Jesus, now it's stuck. My teammate. Get in there! Don't you bump that out? Nice. Congrats. What's the congrats for? That was pretty sweet. No. I said no. For brief. Oh, managed to do the follow-up. Earning himself a couple hard-fought OMGs. OMGs pretty play. I would totally be... If I were like a 70s guy, because I just like hearing my voice in a microphone and talking into one is fun, I would be the cheesiest, creepy, long-haired, wherever I would have hair. Uh-oh, miss. Close. All right, I'm pulling the microphone here. Sorry for the motion, the sound I mean. Yep. Is there game audio mix okay? Let me know if it sounds too... I've noticed most... the few Rocket League streams I've looked at, they hardly have it on at all. If anything, they have like cool music. Oh, for scoring while ranting. Oh yeah, multitask. Yeah, see? I've been investing lots of points in my intelligence and constitution, so my multitasking skills are... Thank you, Video James. Sounds good to me. Sounds fine. Wow, this is fantastic. You guys are the best. I'm gonna mail each of you a shrimp. I'm gonna send you a complimentary shrimp, just to let you know how much I appreciate everything you do. And then every shrimp from thereafter will only be $5.99. And by the way, they make you more attractive to bugs that kill mosquitoes. So when you have mosquitoes around you, bugs will fly in and kill them for you. It's not a perfect way to deal with mosquitoes, but it's fun. It's much more violent. Nice play. Let's see. And an insane save. Yeah, thank you. Inner Shaggy. Yeah, my outer Shaggy's been wasting away. For games like this, a lot of consistency. Just change up the background music. Yeah, I bet. Right. I can see why you'd want that. I mean, it would be weird to do this for a living, where you just play games or something. However, if you've ever worked for anybody, why would this be worse? If that was somehow you could make it work, you know? If you ever had a job where some jagoff gets to control your life for 40 to 60 hours a week, this can't be worse than that. And I know that the aspirational nature of it requires an immense amount of patience and time and work at it. So this is deeply hypothetical. So, but yeah, I should switch up the music. I don't have music right now. I like the idea of doing classical and like sad funeral music, though. I think that's going to be like my news. When we watch the news, I'm going to like score it with awful soundtracks. Yes, you can mail shrimp. Anything that can flatten down to 1/8 of an inch can be mailed. Let's do 2 more games, and then I got to go watch The Boys. And that's to say, this TV show, The Boys. And it is not a show for children. If you have boys watching The Boys or girls watching The Boys, don't even let your dog watch The Boys. Don't let your dog watch anything except for other dogs. Eve, sorry, I'm changing your name already. That's how I ended up in grad school, but that's a more time-locked escape. Whoa. Your sentence is very enigmatic. What about my cat? If you can flatten your cat and get an envelope big enough, of course. 1/8 of an inch. It's the law. Like, what if that was like a Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? Yeah. Such an old man reference. Great. That's fun. And we don't even get a reward or something. I like to say G. And his job was to go around to enforce the mail code for flattening things, but he just showed up and flattened whatever you wanted, like a Gallagher hammer. That's cool. James, the chat's gonna be on the internet. You could... This is all being broadcast everywhere. Not that everywhere is watching. Yes. I am good at attaching to sentences to the history of Chris Cuomo's medical records. Can I do it? Nope. I had a decent read on it. Oh, Mr. Tough Guy. I mean, Mr. Sensitive Soft Guy. That's risky because sometimes you pop it straight up. I got it. Okay. I was in this way. I'll say my bad. When it's close and it's early in the game, I try to let them know that I'm not out to be a joker. Okay. All good. That's interesting that they had to delay the James Bond film. Oh, those are risky. A decent teammate usually can get that down when they're following up on it. See, like, that's the sort of sloppy wall play that really good players don't do. That's partially why you saw me in the training doing wall stuff, because like you miss. There's just so many shortcuts you can take off the wall that you save time, and time getting to the ball basically before the other guy is just so important. And not that you should always just be some ballistic, aggressive nutter, but because it takes a lot of like gentleness as well. It's a lot like tennis. See, that was a weird read. That was a tough read there, but see, he was just relentless. Take a shot. Get it up there. Nice. 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 Savage. Good one. So about your cat, I think you should rename it. I don't like the name you chose. Listen, Eve, me and your friends, we've all been getting together and talking about this, and that's why we brought you here to the Radisson Inn and Suites outside Piggly Wiggly. I don't know what I'm saying. And you need to rename your cat. We're sorry to say this. Listen, we're going to all take turns reading from this card. Everybody, what they think about your cat and why you need to change it. So, I know it's hard for you to hear. Okay, I'll stop. I don't know why I'm doing that. That was a great shot. Nice shot. Felix is a fantastic name. I like it. Female cat, a masculine name. Yeah, that's a good cat name. I like that Felix has a bit of a... It's cross species. I would like a human Felix, you know? A human Felix is a very particular type of person, I would hope. As if it matters, but... Yeah. Is that really... I guess it is a man. I guess it's... Yeah, I wouldn't really expect a female to be named Felix. Not that would be all that strange, honestly. But yeah, I guess it is a masculine name. Although I don't necessarily picture a Felix when I think like masculine. But what does even masculine mean? I think that's the thing that needs to be reconciled with in this society too, is just the breadth of masculine types that we consider masculine. I think a narrower definition of it serves entrenched interests, and it'd be nice to see that expand somewhat. It's part of the overall project to eliminate the notion, more or less, in favor of a more, what I think makes more sense, to consider people humans with two. Well, that's also simplistic. Blah blah blah. But anyway, as I was saying, Felix is a cool name. Get in there. Come on. See? There's some of that trademark gentleness that I keep telling all the Match.com people about. I'm not. PewDiePie's name is Felix. Yeah. That kind of ruins the name, to be honest. But I don't know. That was really stupid of me to move up on this shot here. So I wasn't going for any kind of play there other than I knew he was. So my goal was to block on that one. Uh-oh. Those are really impossible. Ah. Whoops. Oh, that's no. Okay. Okay, there, guy. I'm gonna. Oh, shit. Whoops. Get in the. Nah, so close. See, that was all bad on me on that part. I just had poor decision making right there. We'll do one more game after this. Then it's food and laser eyes. They could call that show Laser Eye Daddy. Don't you think? Nice. Might be too high though. It's probably gonna bounce off the front. Oh, actually, all the way off. Nice pass. Oh, close. I went for a block on that and just misread it. Oh, fucking rim. Nice save. Come on. What a... I did literally nothing in that. Okay, he's going for it. I always try to back off a little. Oh, he apologized. That's nice of him. I literally don't give a shit about mistakes. I mean, of course, sometimes it's a little annoying, but I just think everything is just like, well, they're, as long as I know that they're really trying, you know, like that's kind of, you can tell when they're fucking around. Whoa, we were up? I thought we were down. You know, like it's like this game's not about perfection. It's insane to expect it to be, so it's also insane to expect there to be zero mistakes. It's just probabilities. You're doing your best, and some shots have different probabilities than others, and every situation has a rapidly fluctuating set of circumstances, and that's what you're thinking about. So if someone makes a mistake, it just means that they landed on the side of the probability where that choice wasn't going to work. That's how I think of it, at least. So it's not a mistake. It just means that they just guessed wrong on the probability of them hitting it correctly. And it can be funny sometimes, too. That's a very skullish. Look at that car. I don't think I've seen that before. All right. Laser eyes. No. You laser hair, not eyes. You laser hair and tattoos. Okay? Nobody needs to know the name of my first 4 ex-wives, which I had hair transplant words done on the back of my head for. Both cars. Yeah. Thank you for saying the cars are pretty. Oh, I'm not even searching. The game is pretty. It has like a kind of an appealing, laser eye removal. It's the whole concept is ridiculous. No, I know you're referring to me saying something about the boys. I get it. I was there. The game is really pretty. This game does have actually, like, they do a good job with the car decorations. Upgrades? I don't even know what the word is, honestly. I didn't think I would give a shit about it at all, and I really don't. I don't bother trying to get extra stuff, but I have put some time into, like, getting my car to look, kind of colorish, coordinated. It captures you a bit. There's a bunch of different ways you can. This is my lame collection here. These are like the 2 prized items, which is really dorky. But in Rocket League land, there's something about those colors that is just not those colors particularly, but having a whatever. Oh my god. 7% battery left. What, on your iPad? Yeah, if only there were a way to remedy that. Sorry for the mildly abusive stuff. Oh, that was stupid. I was like, what was I thinking? He was going to miss that? Kind of tough to make it clear. Going to battle it along the wall unless they're like these guys. Oh, nice. Got up quickly. Let's see if I can pop it. Those can sometimes pop right in or not. It's a real subtle. Yeah. Oh shit! It was terrible. That was not at all. Tell me when. I'll have to type out a real answer. Too comfy to charge your phone. Yeah, that's fair. I get it. I read an article about comfort on Reddit the other day. It sounded like something I might try someday. Reasonable. Charges, batteries are nice and shiny and spiky. Yeah, the spiky. Hold on. Well, let me impress everybody. Oh no! I thought the sequel was going to be better than the original. Here we go. Not very. I didn't have to read. Sometimes it's just about causing chaos. Just get in there and fuck with them until they can't take it anymore. Kind of like how the GOP treats its citizens. There it is. Scored. What was I saying? Have you seen Suck Professor before? You're asking why Suck Professor? Like, is this your? Have you just hearing about it? Hearing? No. Wow. My bad. Yeah. No idea what. Oh, okay. All right. I was curious because I haven't really promoted it. Wait a minute. Never mind. For some reason, I'm assuming you follow me on Twitter because I think some student of my brother's followed me on Twitter, and I was like, "Hey, is this? I'm weird." Anyway, so I thought that might be you. That's why I thought maybe you'd seen the word. That was where I wasn't just randomly making it up. But Suck Professor is a YouTube channel that James and I did, and did a lot of work on. It's like video games, some Let's Plays, and it sort of evolved. There's some nerdy stuff, some tutorials, and kind of, honestly, it's where I learned how to edit, to be truthful. Like I already knew how to do video editing. And after first time I worked with the Young Turks, and I left there, I worked really hard on Suck Professor and put just countless hours into learning graphics and Photoshop, and sort of just a testing ground for that. So it's a YouTube channel, and it was a Patreon briefly, and there's a Twitter account as well. I think I actually have a Suck Professor Twitch account that's years old. But yeah, I did some. It ended up evolving into like TV shows and discussions and breakdowns and review discussions and stuff, including our probably the audience favorite format, shot-by-shot breakdowns, where we would completely violate copyright rules and take screenshots of of like big shows, like HBO shows and stuff. Like we'd have like 700 screenshots, and then we would do like a very long, rambly kind of talking podcast about it. And people really liked it. People had a lot of fun with it. It was compared favorably to like Riff Tracks and Mystery Science Theater 3000 a little bit. I mean, if it were to be, you know, in the Library of Congress, it would be the same section that those shows are in. But that was just an awful, horrible. I was right between absolutely accomplished nothing with that choice. So yeah, there's over 1,000 videos, some Let's Plays. If you want to watch a 7 Days to Die Let's Play, we did a full on. See how coming off the wall can be really useful? You learn to just sort of hover, like you kind of guess where things are going, and you just sort of know that if you're close enough, you can make it, you can get there, and at least enough to do something, and that can also cause problems. Get it? Nope. So yeah, what else is on? Yeah, there's a lot of Grand Theft Auto. There's some Rocket League on there. We did just a bunch of big TV shows like Game of Thrones, Westworld. James is on it quite a lot. Not the entire bit, but very much a beloved character on the channel, and very funny and insightful. It has some amazing analytical skills and recall skills, both of which I'm lacking. I have the part where someone thinks it's funny to say diarrhea. And see, and it works. It just works, or it worked. So there you go. This is the weirdest Rocket League channel on the Twitch. Most of the rest of them are like relatively sane 20-somethings. Oh, nice clear. Nice job. Am I even doing? I'm doing all right. Kind of zoned out. Oh, okay. At least I got it. It's better to just screw up with. I mean, unless your teammates behind you waiting for it, but like a flat out whiff really stinks because you're just those bastards denying me my glory. You know, a whiff puts you in a bad position, meaning. But if at least you just like miss, but you still hit the ball and just send it off, and then everybody has to chase the ball or whatever. So. Not all outcomes are always as tragic as others. Which would be a great like political slogan. That would honestly, I would respect the shit out of like if Joe Biden's signs said, not all outcomes are, what the hell word did I use? I already forgot. Focusing on winning here. It's these tiger thumbs, you know? Come on, come on. Ah, still alive. GG. All right, one more. Yeah, so I guess that was a nice long description of Suck Professor. And my politics YouTube channel is Winners and Losers. Oh no, I don't have the URL. You have to search for it. And I do a show about stuff called Perfect Union, but I started the podcast like in 2010, so it's just been around for. Oh, I'm not even looking. Jesus. Oh fuck! It's already after 7. Kotaku wrote an article about the channel and called the name disgusting. Oh yeah, that's right. We did have that article. Yeah, I get that, and even on Suck Professor, Jesus, on here in Rocket League, every once in a while I'll get like, "Hey, what you teaching?" And immediately I just want to call like the authorities and be like, "Well, I found one. Here you go. this person's exhibiting those, you know." It's like, just stop. The name came from an impulsive notion, or a lot of my ideas are impulsive, but I had this thought of like, I suck so much I could teach it, and it also has a nice ring to it. So it sources from my like low self-worth and relatively unmonetizable depression. I wish I had the monetizable kind. But yeah, so there's just sort of like a self-deprecating joke, but also the phrase "Suck Professor" has a nice I like it in terms of its use of language for various reasons. It's not that it's sophisticated or anything, but it's memorable. Maybe. Might not be. Although I still forget how to spell professor. I'm pretty sure it's 4 F's. And it's 6 P's and 4 H's. All right, time to get focused here, guys. I can't let my teammate down. Ooh. I saw what you didn't do there. God damn it. Come on. Nope. That was hesitation right there that kind of gets... my bad. I always just take blame for the miss, or for... I don't know. Oh, wait. You would absolutely use it in jokes against... You would use what? What do you mean, what it? Do you mean Suck Professor? Nice pass. Good follow through by the guy with the Stegosaurus. The Cobalt Stegosaurus. Oh yeah, I was talking about the spikies earlier. You'll notice not a lot of the better players have rooftop things. Nice. And not that there's any rule or whatever, but they're just sort of like newbie stuff. It's kind of, I mean, they're fun. I'm sure everybody who has this game has like a goofy car with all kinds of crazy shit. But anyway, most players don't use them, but I like the Stegosaurus spikes because I feel like they are symmetrical, and they give me, whether this is true or not, but I believe it, and therefore it's perfectly, I think, useful. That it gives me kind of a way of orienting the car. Like, I'm just used to them being there, so like because they're symmetrical, I can kind of read angles on the car from different angles. And they're irregular though too. They're not just like two bars. They're like a kind of a curved. Each one is four differently sized triangles. And I don't know, for some reason I've decided that play of geometry is useful because it's very symmetrical in a technical kind of way. Yep. How's that sound? Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, Suck Professor. Yeah. Thanks for the assignment there, Suck Professor. See, it's fun to say, Like, it's kind of like, who taught you how to suck? Suck Professor. No, that wouldn't. But it's not like we want to show you what's bad about games and then just be deliberately shitty. That's not the idea. You could do that. I bet there are some channels that do that. But it's more just like, don't expect this to be very good. but we'll try to make it fun. At least in accordance with whatever I think this sense of humor I'm working with is. So that's kind of some of the notions we're talking about. That was not great clear there by me, or I mean, I could have aimed that better. There. Okay. Oh. I gotta learn about the copyright shit with Steam, or with CNN or something like that in Twitch. I don't think I'm in any danger or something. I know people put videos up all the time. Too hard. Could have aimed that a lot better. Ah. Uh-oh. These are tricky. Oh, nice. I was hoping for a pinch. That's why I took a weird jump on that. Got bumped. Ah. Come on. No. It's off. That was oh shit, I bumped the mic. I was scratching my face. That was a crazy save, man. I just took a risk. I knew that I had a chance if I jumped off the wall. See, like, you get any idea about why wall play? Wall play. Hey, are you into wall? Uh-oh, see, where did that was not. Oh fuck, we're almost out. Okay. No, that was it. Game over. If I'd caught that, I had the last bit of hope. The presence of death is everywhere in Rocket League, especially when they score a goal with this goal explosion. Grrr. Okay. Thanks for tuning in. A good motto. What's a good motto? Shit. I don't remember anything I say. It's all gone. It's well. That's my general argument for everything. Keepsakes. Oh, you're bad at this? Well, I'm the professor of being terrible, and yeah, exactly. That's kind of it. Low expectations. That's precisely the kind of the whole idea. But that we can also sort of share because teaching is fundamentally a sharing experience, isn't it? Learning is a receiving experience in a sense. And I think both of them are ways that human beings participate with humanity through time. How's that sound? All right, I'm putting on a shrimp video for y'all. Let's see. And I'm just going to roll CNN for about 10 minutes or 5 minutes, and then I'm going to end this stream. So I'm turning off the mic and going away. James's iPad's getting precariously low. If it gets down to 0, he won't have any charge left to bring his heart back online after every bite of a burrito. Yeah, I tend to live by them. Oh, she's talking about James's comment. Sorry. Who wants to listen to a guy read a chat into a show? So that's it's a good motto. I tend to live by the mantra. If I can't be the best, then I'll shoot for the worst. There you go. There's the motto. Okay, my God, what a weird way to spend an afternoon. But we made a lot of progress on the Trump animation. Became a lot more complicated than I was planning on. And let's get out of Rocket League. See if we've got some Anderson Cooper or Don Lemon. There we are. All right, good night, everybody. Turning down the music or turning down the microphone, putting on some CNN shrimp, and some music. So please enjoy. Find me in the links. Fucking, go, just fucking, just click on it. Just fucking click on it. Click on it. Oh, thanks for hanging out, Eve. Eve, I'm just going to go with the easy thing. It's been a pleasure, and good luck with everything. And yeah, it's awesome that you hung out. And maybe we're not, me or whatever is not so obnoxious all the time. And others will want to join up too. But you really helped me figure some stuff out and helped me get a feel for this and learn. So you're welcome. Good night. The shrimp say good night too. That was not a camera shake. That was totally not at all. That was them. It was like Star Trek special effects. All right. Goodbye. Camera, microphone down.
Best experts on this novel disease that are part of your own task force. I mean, I think maybe you'd ask their opinions on this just to get, more minds working, given the president has this, but they're in the dark. They're watching television and reading the newspapers to find out what's going on.
So here's the thing, Caitlin. So, I'm old enough to remember when Ronald Reagan was shot. I remember I was driving home from school. I was a freshman in high school. And I was in my little VW Beetle, and I'm telling people out of the window, "Oh, the president's been shot." And nobody believed me. But what I remember, since I was always interested in the news business, is that there was always a briefing. Today at this time, the president was shot. He was hit here. This is what they're doing at the hospital. These are the concerns for the president, and on and on. When other presidents have had treatment, when George H.W. Bush, when he was on an overseas trip and he choked on something, they gave updates on the president. So there has been none of that, no official, this is what Hope Hicks, a top aide to the president, tested positive for the coronavirus today. In an abundance of precaution, this is what we're doing. The president is gonna, go into quarantine. She's gonna isolate. Nothing. What is going on here? What is happening?
It's deeply concerning, Don, that the president was taken to the hospital today. He is on experimental drugs, as Sanjay just laid out, and we did not get a briefing from his doctor. The only thing we got were 2 memos from Dr. Sean Conley detailing the president's diagnosis with coronavirus and then detailing that cocktail, the antibody cocktail that he took today. Other than that, there has not been a chance to pose questions to him, to ask about the president's current state, these things that we have been hearing not from official White House channels, but through back channels, through sources, which is that the president has a fever. These other conditions about what kind of state his health is in right now, we're not learning that from the White House officially, we're learning it through sources. And so that's why it's raised so many concerns that the president's doctor has not come out and briefed reporters yet. And he is at the hospital, of course. Now we do know that Dr. Conley, his physician, did travel with the president to Walter Reed, but the White House has been not forthcoming at best to say what they've been saying about the president. And instead, we've heard from the chief of staff, the press secretary, and the president's economic advisor on his health. And of course, they all said that the president was experiencing mild symptoms, had a moderate case, and was in good spirits. Clearly, Don, that's not the case because he's in the hospital. He's going to be there for the next several days. They had enough of a level of concern to feel like he needed to go to the hospital. So it does seem to be the situation where they should be more forthcoming with all of the details behind the judgment between them sending the president to the hospital, but they have not done that yet.
Jeremy, I want to bring you in now. Until we saw President Trump get on Marine One in the South Lawn, we hadn't seen the president in nearly 24 hours. He had not been tweeting, which is unusual. It's all unusual and maybe speaks to the seriousness of what is going on. What do you know? What can you tell us at this hour?
Yeah, there's no question that seeing the president speak off Twitter for most of the day rarely happens, right? And so you have to wonder what his condition is. Is he resting? What is happening behind the scenes? And as Caitlin said, while the White House has provided these 2 memos from the White House physician with very few details, and we've only heard from political officials, there's a lot of questions that remain unanswered. I mean, I spoke with a White House official earlier tonight who said that they do expect the White House to be providing regular updates on the president's condition, but it's not clear what form exactly that is going to take.